Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up fall to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Woo!
My bad, guys. Welcome back to League of Legends, Legends and South Asia. It's me, Mandis, alongside Singler today, and we have yet again another 2 best of 3s coming your way. And the second match is going to be one of the mammoth ones because it's going to be, you know, the top 2 people in the top in the leaderboard. But first match coming up will be something you have to wear. But let's just talk about the previous day. At least points were obtained. Phoenix Ascension still dropped a game in their series, and unfortunately only still at 4 points. And any, you know, thoughts about the games yesterday, Singla?
I think yesterday games were exciting, at least in the first game. When Black Venom was able to carry the team with his MF, and I think all the teams that played yesterday. I mean, both the teams that played yesterday, Revenants and the other team is going to play with us now in the first game, which is going to be quite exciting. I think today's lineup of games are very good. Revenants versus RPG, and Soul versus SVH. I think it's a bit of a tricky name that POK has come up with now.
Yes,
SVH.
definitely. And then just talking about the prize pool, the thing that everybody is fighting for in Legends and here is that 10 lakh INR prize pool, with the majority going to that first place as well as the top 4 spots as well. Whoever gets that first spot in our competition will be getting a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. A route basically in to the international circuit, and something that a lot of teams are looking forward to. And this is one of the greatest prizes that can be given alongside the money, right? Because it's an opportunity to showcase the South Asian talent on a much wider scale. Then dates to remember: qualifier 1 to 3, April 27th to June 8th. 3 teams selected from each of the qualifiers. That 3 into 3, that's going to be your 9. League stage started last week, June 13th. It's going to be all the way to July 20th. After that, the playoffs of July 25th to August 3rd. And we are pretty much deep in the league stage right now. We've reached week 2, day 3. And I think this is where the competition starts to heat up quite a bit for most of these teams, because they're going to be battling it up for the next points up in the table. Even right now, there's quite a bit of standings going on. The dark horses, SUVO haters, undefeated, at least up till now. That might change in the second BOT of today. But talking about tournament format, the 9 teams from the qualifiers are now in a round robin league stage that is currently occurring at least till July 20th, after which the top 4 battle it out in double elimination playoffs. And it's very essential you get in the top 4, because most of that prize pool is locked up over there. And yet again, another reminder: full fearless draft is in effect for every single series that we'll be running, every single series across the world right now for League of Legends. And I think this is the best thing that Riot's come up with in the recent times, Singla.
Yeah, and today's schedule, our first game is going to be Revenants versus Report Gaming, and our second game is going to be S8UL Esports versus SUVO Haters. I think today's game we are going to see the top 3 teams right now in the current status, and they're going to be fighting to stay on the top, and they're not going to go down very easily. So I think today's games are very exciting, and I think a perfect games for Sunday evening.
Yeah, I think it's the time for Revenants to start putting more points on the table for themselves right now, because you can see that they are currently 3rd. But yeah, first game is going to be Revenants against RPG. RPG, unfortunately, just that 1 point from that game they won against Phoenix Ascension yesterday in that best of 3 series. They won the game 2, if I'm not mistaken, and that's the only point they've acquired till now. A bit of an underdog in the tournament, because given that they have not been playing at least in tournaments for quite some time, they registered last minute for qualifier 3. They got in through that 3rd place spot. But without any further ado, we're going to head in to the draft of game 1 between Revenants and RPG. Revenants going to be on the blue side, RPG on the red. Let's see what kind of bans Revenants have here. And I really want to see RPG's solo laners step up quite a bit, because last time Killer 9BD was lacking quite a bit. And I think they have a substitution in the middle, because I don't think Half Blood was playing in the previous series. But Revenants start off the draft with a Malzahar ban.
I'm very excited to see what RPG strategy is today. Are they still going to focus ban Asian as we saw in the last game, or are they going to come up with a different strategy? But I think the first ban is Viego going towards banning Asian Shampoo, and is it going to be a standard Kane ban again against Asian, or are they going to ban Lux for Bob, or Tristana for Potato, or what is the strategy that up with today?
Yeah, it seems that they're just focusing AK right now. They're not that worried about Potato Monster. Maybe the strategy is let him get one of the Tristana or Smolder early on, and it's not going to be available for rest of the drafts. But the Warwick ban going to come out against Precog. The Yorick against Killer 9BD, because yesterday sees the game that RPG ended up winning was when Killer 9BD was playing the Yorick, and he was doing pretty well for himself in lane. But the strategy of RPG heading in to this first game is at least going to be banning just AKs and Asian's Shampoo. Going to be the Vlad and the Silas for AK, going to be the Viego for the side of Asian. But I don't think we had any doubt once this champion's left over. Potato Monster is definitely going to snatch that up as the first pick for his team. Let's see what RPG want to answer back with.
That's correct. I think today's focus, I think after the yesterday's game, they felt like that AK-45 is someone, with the more pressure or someone that they want to look after, even the mid being a fill player last minute. But they have left open Potatoes, Tristana, and Asian's Kane, which is their most comfortable in one trick. And I think they're just going to secure. Because I think yesterday Revenants prove that they prefer to play more onto their comfort champions, create that lane dominance, and take it forward than play on overcoms.
Yes, definitely. And Precog going to be locking in the Wukong for himself. Black Venom going to be picking up the Kaiser on the bot side, hyper scaling Kaiser. Let's see how well he can do on this champ, because we've seen Kaiser players usually getting MVPs whenever they are piloting the champ, just because of how creative you can get with the plays you do with this ADC, the build patterns as well. You can go the Yuntals, you can go the Kraken Slayer depending on what you're feeling. But over here, Bob's Blitz Crank is left open, and Bob is going to instantly snatch it up. This man is known to miss so few hooks, and it's going to be a treat to watch him playing the Blitz in the bot side alongside Potato Monsters. Both the bot side of Revenants have their favorite champions. I think this is spelling a bit of disaster already for RPG draft wise.
I mean, but having a blitzcrank in the game makes the game so much exciting. The enemy team has to be very careful with stepping into the bush, making that mistakes, because Blitz can pick them one by one, hook them into the team, and can be killed. And Blitz is one of my favorite champion to watch out for, and I think this game just became so much more exciting for me to watch Blitz and Tristana in the bottom.
Exactly, and AK-45 is going to be locking in the Akali from Half-Blood, going to be locking in the Orianna to pair with this when the Wukong goes in. We haven't seen that many Oriannas coming in recently, even when Nocturne is getting picked up, but hopefully let's see how RPG's new substitute in the mid lane Half-Blood will be performing. Second phase of banning has entered. The Asian Kane now gets banned out. Asian choosing not to be picking it up in the first half of picking. Now, what do Revenants want to answer back with? The top and support should be their focus at least, and let's see what they don't want the Kaiser to be paired with. Probably a Braum also comes out as a ban, but no, still targeting Killer 9BD with that Malphite ban. I really don't want to see Killer 9BD on blind pick Maokai, because that was spelled a bit of disaster last time. And this time RPG gonna nail out the last of their bans with the Lilia ban on Ezreal, because Ezreal had a pretty wonderful game on that champion. Now Ezreal's champion pool quite a bit clinched, and let's see what he shall be picking up. Revenant still with the last ban of the game, still pondering over. It's going to be the Dam Kench going to be neutralized in the bot side. They really want to dive into this Kaiser later on, and they don't want to allow for them to be peeled for. So let's see what gets blinded over. I'm pretty sure it should be the support getting picked up.
Right. Yeah, I think Nautilus is a fantastic pick here, which is available and will be locked. So Nautilus is a very good pair with Kai'Sa and can counter Blitz at the same time. So I think that was smartly picked up by the RPG team. And now again, Charan Reddy will have to pick blind against RPG. But we saw him yesterday locking in that Mod Kaiser, locking in that on blind, both the games against the enemy without any this thing. And today we get to see his Gwen. So a blind pick Gwen has been locked in here. I think Gwen is a flex pick. Gwen can be a jungle or top. I'm actually a bit confused. I think Ezian is looking to play this Gwen because Lilia, Kane, and Viego is banned, and Ezian can play Gwen. It's another comfort pick of his, and Charan is gonna lock in that Ornn. We saw the Ornn yesterday against the set. Charan did some fabulous, game aggression, farming, and played very well this champion, and was able to take the team to victory. So I think and Ornn is a very good blind pick. I'm not really sure what is the team going to pick against him.
Yeah, I think they are now hovering the Mordekaiser that gets locked in for Killer 9BD. So it's going to be Ornn of Charan Reddy against the Mord of Killer 9BD in the top. So there you have it, guys. These are your two drafts locked in from both sides. It does look a bit more comforty for the side of RPG in this terms of sense of how they want to play it, but Revenants have a really instant burst kind of comp with it, and especially this Blitz is going to be making it interesting with isolating targets with his hooks.
Yeah, I think both the drafts are very well drafted, to be very honest. Both the teams have given thoughts to what they're making. Are they hovering a Kaisa mid or is that a lane exchange? What do you think is happening there? I think Black Venom is the ADC. I don't know if they're just,
Hmm.
having fun with the viewers and showing the Kaisa mid, but if Kaisa mid and Oriana bottom will be something juicy to watch for. But if you talk, what are your thoughts on this draft? What do you think, Madness, on Revenant and RPG? Who wins this game as per, or who won the draft war for you?
I think just because you've seen how Revenants do when they get, their comfort picks, you're giving Potato his Tristana, you're giving Bob the Blitzcrank. They're going to be so comfortable piloting these champions. Their macro's not bad either. I think RPG going to struggle quite a bit because, especially now with the sub coming, it might just change, how it goes out. And especially that Killer 9VD and the previous mid laner of RPG just could not sustain that well in their solo lanes, and they were falling quite a bit behind. AK-45 yesterday MVP performance over the entire series, and I think he made just very two silly no mistakes. Maybe just that Renekton dive bot side over the tower. That's the only thing that I can maybe think about. But yeah, Charan on the top side will be trying to assert his dominance. He's going to be keeping the distance he wants. He had a pretty good game for himself. The ornaments coming. The scaling is so good on the side of Revenants, and if Potato Monster even slightly gets accelerated, he's going to start running away with the game, and RPG are just going to be left wondering what went wrong. So I really think they have to be a bit aggressive in the sense that you can't let Revenants get to a point where they're so strong. You have to look for those early ganks, especially that you have a Wukong. You can go for some plays like that as well. So I really want to see them being proactive. And I think that Kaiser and that Oriana maybe just get switched up in the UI because that happened once before in the S8UL game between Nero and Catbot. So let's just see until we go into the Rift before we determine if it's a role swap or if the Kaiser's going mid. Because if the Kaiser's going mid, that's going to be a bit bonkers according to what this game should be looking like.
No, I'm with you, but the players on the Summoners have never failed to surprise us. We have seen Kaiser mid plenty of time. Oriana is again a decent champion to be played in the bottom. If that is RPG strategy, I think it'll be again an exciting thing to watch. But I think once we are on Rift, we'll get to know if it is a strategy or lane change or something else. I think that is yet to be determined. But as you rightly said, I think for Revenants, especially if the game gets beyond 25 minutes, that on that Gwen, that Tristana, everything is going to become so much of a problem, so much of a pain. The damage, I mean, with time goes by, the damage for Revenants keep increases and the possibility for them to win. Right? So I think even after Blitz, I hope to look for that level one, juicy invade because we are not able to see that a lot these days. We'll have people have start playing more defensive, respecting that 5 points. But I think with this, they can try. We can have some action even before the game starts, and that is
Mm-hmm.
something that I'm looking forward for.
Especially when Bob's there, if you can maybe look for it, especially with his Blitzcrank, he's probably going to go for those early aggressions. Like you said, we're just a bit too accustomed right now to being defensive, having defensive stances in your own side of the maps earlier on. We've not seen it even in ways, especially even when they have a Brom, they're not even going for things like this. So it's up to how these teams want to play. A lot of points up for grabs. RPG really have to start bringing up the points in the leaderboard right now because they're quite fairly behind. Revenants in a pretty decent, nice spot for themselves in the third place in the leaderboard, so there's not that much problems between them. But they will be looking to lock up easy points for themselves and cement their status as the top four team that will be moving on to playoffs. And RPG, this is everything to playoff. You can't even give up a single game if you have hopes of making it back up the leaderboard. And the boys from Bangladesh really have to buck up and really have to understand how they have to play their comp going in. I want to see some good Wukong Oriana combos coming out, and that could be the mainstay of them in most team fights, and that's how they can initiate for themselves. I want to see Killer 9BD sustain pretty well in lane, not give up too much of a lead, because even when it looks like he's the one who has the advantage, unfortunately he could not go for it. And let's just see how Half-Blood is also performing. He's the substitute coming in, so it's also up to see how his performance will be looking up and how he gels well with the team.
Yeah, and I mean today's viewer support, especially, right? Even on the voting that is going on right now in the chat, the difference is not very major. It's 60 to 40, 60 in the favor of Revenants and 40 in favor of RPG. So I think today's match is going to be very close, and that is something even our viewers are expecting. If not, please do let us know by putting up your vote in chat. Whom do you think is going to take away the game one today? and if it is going to be a 2-0 clean, win, or how, or what do you expect out of the games today, that whose favor it is going to go in?
Yes, definitely show your support for your favorite teams in the chat. Show who you think is the top dog right now, at least between these teams, because we've had upsets before, like SUVO Raiders against Syndicate, where the polls were just wrong compared to what the results were coming out. So it's always interesting to see it after from a standpoint of view, but who the actual underdogs are, who the dark horses are going into the tournament, because we have so many new faces coming in, and that's always a treat to watch. Also, another reminder, you guys, please make sure to follow all the links in the description box below for our social media. Please follow LOL Discord INSA, India and South Asia. The server is there, the links is there as well. We have a lot of fun events. We have a current one coming up, which is Weekend Skirmish, which is bidding wars, but on the ARAM route, as well as that auction is only the registration is only open till 24th. Auction will be held on the 25th. So you don't want to miss out on these events. You get to meet a couple of new people as well, just joining random channels over here, see people stream their games as well. So there's a lot to learn, especially new players who just want to understand the game. We have a lot of players you can ask from as well. So please don't be shy. Don't make yourself at home, and make a couple of new friends along the way, and enjoy the journey that most of us had from a long time. Even if you're starting right now, it's not too late to start playing a game like League of Legends. Such a lovely one over here. But I will go back to the game right now. What are your predictions, Singla, heading into this best of 3 series? Who do you think will be taking the series, and by what score?
I think RPG showed real talent yesterday when they stole away that one win against PNX. PNX being one of the top teams. But I personally think Revenants is not going to give them chance, and it has to be a 2-0 from Revenant side. But now we are in the ref. The game is about to start, and let's see what happens.
Yes, we are into the. This is the first BO3 of the day. It's between Revenants and RPG. Revenants on the blue side, RPG on the red. And we're talking about invades or level 1 aggression. Both teams 5-manning everywhere they're going right now. You can see the side of Revenants are just sneaking into the bush. RPG playing a bit on the defensive towards their own tri-bush on the bot side. Let's see how far up the side of Revenants will go. Will there a blind hook come out from the Blitzcrank over here? Let's see what happens over here. RPG have to be careful. The hook comes in. They land it onto the Nautilus. Not the exact target they want. The flash is away. Killer 9BD is going pretty low on this. He ends up going down the fight. The first blood picked up by Ezreal, by the Gwen. Now Ghost Type has to run for the hills. Half-Blood has to even first burn his flash. Oh, that's a flashless Half-Blood. That's a flashless Nautilus. It's a flashless Wukong. And all in all, just a Ghost and Ignite being burned from the side of Revenants. And now a Flash being burned by Black Venom. So there's so much being burned in terms of summoners. Plus, Revenants come out on top in that exchange. Plus, they get the first blood onto a champion like the Gwen. And it's already looking a bit disastrous for RPG. They had to anticipate this. They had to anticipate the hook's going to come out. And an excellent hook from Bob starts this fight out and make sure that Revenants have the early lead.
I think that is something that we all were looking forward for. That is exactly the juicy start that we expected. Nautilus flashed out early, did not hit the auto attack, did not proc his aftershock, flashes back, launches the hook, misses it on the wall, and at the same time, the whole team was able, the Revenant's whole team was able to take out so much damage and secure the first blood. At the same time, there were no flashes burned from Revenant side, and they were able to get so many flashes from RPG side. So it's going to look a little bit more tricky, but the good part is that they're playing a Gwen jungler for which the aggression early game can be low. The Tristana is level 2 already. They get a hook. They are able to exchange some blows, but not able to secure the first kill as of now. The second kill of the game as of now.
And it is looking like they want to brawl quite a bit. This Brawl and Potato Monster duo on the bot side will be looking for these hooks. He had landed, but unfortunately onto the Nautilus this time. And it's already looking like a lot. And Black Venom is going to be piloting the Orianna in the mid lane. It's going to be Half-Blood going bot side. So the primary ADC of RPG, unfortunately now on the Orianna mid lane against a seasoned mid laner like 8045. Might struggle a bit for the aggression that comes out, and Half-Blood has not had the best of starts in the bot side after already being forced to burn his flash. Killer 9BD doesn't get the knock up, doesn't get knocked up like Ornn wanted him to, but Bob maybe looking for a hook, maybe looking to get some more. He does get the knock up, and he has the Glacial Augment coming in, so he's going to slow them down. So if any target gets pulled in, especially like the Kai'Sa, if her E is down, it's going to be very hard to get away now that her flash has been burned.
I mean, we can see that every champion, every player of Revenants is on their comfort champion. They're able to take out that aggression on RPG right now, on top, on the bottom, in the mid. Black Venom is playing a bit off role. I think that's because of absence of their main mid laner, but is able to hold his ground against Akali as of now. Let's see what the game brings in for us. But the Tristan is already going all in
Oh,
on the Kaisa. We know that
he
Kaisa does
jumped.
not have any summons, and they're able to just
He doesn't have
secure
subs,
two
he
kills
ends
out
up
of it.
going down. Ghost Snape also doesn't have his flash. That's going to be the feats of warfare claimed by Revenants. One of the skills was picked up by Azian, one of the kills picked up by War. Unfortunately, Tristana still hasn't opened up her books yet, haven't got the kill, but excellent jungle gank from Azian. And unfortunately, yes, because of early sums being burnt on the side of RPG, they don't have anything or any avenues of getting out. They end up falling down, and Tristana is going to have a good back over here. Unfortunately, because she didn't get a kill, probably not going to be picking up a BF sword after all this farming for herself. But let's just see what the gold sits like when she gets there. But there's a crucial 3 stacks going into Gwen's Dark Seal as well.
Yeah, I think the Tristana right now will be frustrated because Bob was able to secure a call, a kill before Tristana could. But at the same time, I think that's a good lead for Revenants. Early game for them. They're already showing dominance on the map. Already has a lead of about 1.3 thousand gold, right? So I think from here RPG has to know their limits, has to know their win conditions, and have to play this fairly so that they can get back into the game, cannot make these mistakes, has to respect the blitz hook, has to accept the aggression that these people are playing, or that Revenant is playing with, and get back to the game
Mhm.
again.
Yes, but at the end of the feats of warfare, like, Asian channels the ghost. Killer 9B flashes away. He doesn't have anything else to get out of it. If the snips come in time, one more auto might seal the deal. But no, Killer 9BD gets away by the skin of his teeth, just barely having any HP after that gank. But that's Asian burning his ghost for Killer 9B, burning his flash. Black Venom has to play very cautiously over there. But once Asian spotted top side, the rest of RPG gonna be securing up the first Drake of the game, and that's gonna be an infernal for them.
Well, I think Bob is looking for a pick in the Dragon Pit with Tetristana. Let's see if they give it easily or if they're able to get one kill against it. I think that is not very smart by Bob right now. I think that is being desperate, but is able to dodge Nautilus hook, walks it sideways, exchanging blows. Akali's walking bottom. Tristana jumps on to the Nautilus, who is left alone in that 1v3, gets the flash. Wukong coming in, but they will be heading back without any kill, without any action. I think the Akali is going a lot deep. Oriana is coming from behind. Let's see what they're able to do, but able to secure that kill on Nautilus. Goes for Akali 1v3 right now. Will they be able to kill that? And
The
I think
reset
they'll
comes
do
in
that.
from the reset. He jumps in onto Black Venom. That is going to be the kill for AK-45. Black Venom, a bit too far from home. Once he saw it was a bit of a disaster situation, they have to be careful. They have to be aware AK-45 is walking down to that tri-bush. But unfortunately, they're not paying that much attention. And then, again, quick 3 kills going down on the top side. It was a solo bolo for the Ornn against the Mordekaiser. And now, Ornn with a pretty sufficient lead for himself. He's happy with it. That's 6 kills unanswered by RPG as of now, and that might look like Killer 9BT dying yet again. Ezreal is walking up, but doesn't have Ghost. Does recognize that Brazil is open for Mordekaiser. He can take anyone away, make it a 1v1. So they're erring on the side of caution. That's definitely what you want to do, especially when you're so far ahead right now. In terms of goal, almost 3k up is Revenants right now. Bob setting up a trap in the bush, knocks up the Nautilus. The hook lands onto the robot, but Potem also jumps forward. Half-Blood barely touching the hook, pulls back to the Nautilus, but comes out the barrier from Half-Blood, saves his life. Precognition's coming from the side. Bob, one more auto attack. That's him dead. Precognition really wants the kill onto Potato Monster. He does clone for, he does flash in, does press his Cyclone, ends up picking the kill for himself. So as we were just talking about no answers in kills, RPG pick up 2 kills in quick succession.
I mean, the Tristana had cull, the Tristana had only attack speed. Even after getting 5 kills in the bottom, Tristana did not have any kills so that they can snowball damage there. Blitz was 1 level behind Nautilus. I mean, the strategy was nice in the mind where they were looking for a pick, but instead got picked in the bottom. I think there was a desperate play made by Revenants, but in the end, the strategy was not fulfilled and they were not able to secure kill, but instead gave away 2 kills to RPG.
They did give 2 kills over to RPG, but at least Revenant's going to be picking up the first 3 grubs for themselves. Killer 9 DVD struggling a bit against already. The CS pretty much on the equal numbers across everywhere except maybe the jungle. 10 CS ahead for Asian right now. Wukong knows he cannot walk in forward. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have his ultimate. Can't do anything. Bob is looking for a hook over here. Might even land it onto the Mother Guy just to delay his back. And that's exactly what he does. The glacial augment comes in. Killer 9BT is like, what just happened to me? Who just pulled me away? He goes back to his third channel base, but I think he has to just stay back right now. His jungler's topside, so he has the shower. He has a huge wave coming in. He has to pick that up. But Bob now going pretty deep. AK-45 there as well. The bot side of RPG still on the bot side of the map. The Ornhorn missing out on catching out onto the Mord. Precognition going to show himself over there. There's a 3-man topside for Revenants right now. They're trying to maybe catch out the Monkey King, but in the meantime, Black Venom very smartly just going back to lane, pick up the CS and trying to get that wave in.
They're putting a lot of pressure right now on the top, leaving Tristana alone. What I'm interested to see is, will Nautilus get baited and look for the dive on the bottom? But I think Ezian is right there, Gwen is right there. If any action happens, if they look for the dive, Gwen will protect the Tristana and be able to secure those 2 kills. I think Nautilus did realize that, did not want to take that risk and called it back. The dive did not take place.
Yeah, no dive occurred. Still sitting in the 6 kills for Revenants, 2 kills for RPG. Goal lead expanding quite a bit at around that 1.8k mark in favor of Revenants. And look at this, a bit of a setup by the Nautilus. The hook lands onto Bob. Bob's a bit alone from home. Potato Monster has his buster shot if he wants to protect his support, but I think they can just pretty much walk out of that affair. That's because Drake's going to be coming up very soon. The knockup onto Nautilus, the explosive charge is not going to get all the 4 stacks. Ezian has to be a bit wary of the Orianna, of the Wukong. Both have their ultimates up right now, and this is a fight just looking to break out, especially that Drake's coming up. The top side churn ready, and Killer 9 the hook lands onto Half Blood. Half Blood trying to get out. Pretty wants to jumps back in. One more auto sees the kill, but it's going to be the R from the Gwen that picks it up. Now Nautilus a bit too late. We are seeing an instant replay. I do not know why we are seeing this right now.
I think we're able to see all the actions that we have missed in the past. We missed the 1v1 kill that happened in the top. I think we're just watching the play again.
No, I think it was just a bit of error, but yeah, Nautilus ends up dying in that exchange in the bot side. Half Blood reconnects, he dead DC, but that's 4 kills for a Gwen. He's going to be picking up the Ocean Soul. One more objective after this jungle objective will signify the feats of strength for Revenants, and this Gwen is already so far accelerated. It's not looking good for RPG. They had to be aggressive early on, but not in a way they gave so many kills up to Revenants at the point they're strong. The only silver lining is that Potato Monster hasn't got a kill, but here comes the Ornor. It's going to hit onto Kilobit 9BT. No, he flashes away from it. AK-45 is still chasing. He's still not letting the Mord get away. Here comes Black Venom. He TP'd into the top side. Now, AK-45 flash forward with the Q, still could not pick up the kill on Mordekaiser. So that's a flashless Akali. Black Venom without his ultimate, because he used that to pretty much save Mord's life. Mord gonna take his base, probably TP back to the mid lane, swap up lanes right about here. He's just gonna walk maybe instead. But yeah, good TP coming from Black Venom, saves his life. A bit of misplay coming in for AK-45. Unfortunately, could not pick up the kill.
Yeah, I think we could see the frustration in Akali. I think he played it well, but was not able to take out enough damage with his R, was not able to take out enough damage with his Q to secure the kill.
And then Potato Monster jumping onto Half Blood on the side. Kaiser instantly going down in this fight. Nautilus yet again left to fend for himself, and it's just a pretty support. And now Tristana has also opened up the books. 2 kills picked up, a double kill for Potato Monster. Yuntal's complete, so you got a lot of critical chance strikes as well from that. Killer 9BD against AK-45 here. Precognition exactly wanted Akali to go in, and that's what Akali did. The second R2 comes in. The smite plus the Q from the Wukong seals the kill on AK-45. Slightly overextended. They're not anticipating a trap setup for him, but Ezian going to be stealing away the blue buff from the Monkey King.
Yeah, then finally Tristana was able to pick some fair, lead for himself. He was able to get those 2 kills where he just directly jumps onto the Kai'Sa, goes all in, able to kill her very easily, then picks up another kill on the Nautilus. With that, will get some goal lead again, and finally in the team fight is able to secure 2 kills for himself.
2 kills picked up for himself. Bob a bit low on HP, has to be a bit careful about how he wants to roam around. Churn ready and killer 9BD. 9BD on the top side, right? Orn pretty ahead in terms of CS numbers. So is the Gwen. It's only the Kali slightly lacking to Black Venom, even after Black Venom has gone for the TB top, but he did pick up the wave. So it is expected these kind of numbers coming in for themselves. Talking about items at least. Here comes the Lich Bane for the Kali, the Luden's Echo for the Orianna, the Kraken Slayer for the Kai'Sa, the Yuntals completed for the Tristana. So Kai'Sa going for more of the standard build for himself. While as you can see, the Nashor's Tooth completed for the Gwen, still sitting on those 7 stacks, 4, 0, and 1. The Gwen has a lot of gold on her shoulders, but now Tristana also does 3, 1, and 7. What looked like a bit fairly. Triple Monster could have essentially had 10 kills at this point, but unfortunately the first 5 kills that occurred in the bot side, the little model couldn't take any for himself.
Yeah, I think if Tristana had those 10 kills right now in the pocket, the game was just over. I think we will be seeing him jumping all around the bottom, killing the Kai'Sa again and again and again. But a lot of the kill share went back to S8UL, to that Gwen. That will be very fruitful for them again in the long run.
Here, Tristana jumps in onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa just left alone. So many resets from the W, especially with the explosive charge coming in. The hook prevents Nautilus from running away. A nice knock up from Bob. Secures Tristana picking up a double kill. I loved how aggressive Potato Monster was in the fight, recognizing the limits of his champion, gets into the face. And just when it seemed like he was on 0 kills, he's quickly picked up 5 for himself in very fast fashion, and it just looks like Bob playing that eternally good Blitzcrank, just helping out so much over there. This is why you can't give Revenants such their comfort picks in the bot side, because they're just gonna run all over you.
I think Potato just said why is Tristana the most banned champion against him. He just showed us that again and again with the amount of limits that he knows. Okay, right now there's something very juicy going on the top, where On goes 1v1 against the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser takes him to Valhalla, denies that ult, and has 3 people on the outside just to save him. And they're able to secure a kill on, denying him the kill of Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I like the Mordekaiser ultimate on Orn as soon as the Ornhorn was blown, prevents it from actually materializing in that fight. And then by the time, even if Mord ends up dying in the realm, which he didn't, which was a good from him side, he did miss a couple of Qs while fighting against Orn. His team could have picked it up. The TP from AK-45 a bit too late there, nothing can happen. And with this add aggression on the top side. But AK-45 going in onto Black Venom. Black Venom popping his own ultimate. AK-45 doesn't want to let it. The R2 secures the kill for Orianna over there. Bob hooked lands on to the Mordekaiser. He's just come back to this lane. He's gonna die instantly over there. Now AK-45 a bit overextended. The ultimate from Nautilus pop. And it's going to be Precognition picking up that kill for himself. But they're going to lose a tier 1 in the mid side. They're going to pick up the Rift Herald, which is in the hands of Precognition. And now Bob is going to be catching on to Ghost Snip. The hook does land. Potato Monster's jumped in. One more auto secures the kill with the explosive charge. Potato Monster is godlike on the Tristana right now. 7, 1, and 7. And oh boy, I think RPG made a huge mistake during the draft time.
Right, I mean, we can see the level of impact that this Blitz has. This is exactly what we're looking for, and this is exactly what he said. Blitz Bob does not miss a hook. He's been hooking the whole team around the map, creating that tremendous amount of pressure, not giving any breather to RPG. Anywhere they're deep into the tier 2, were able to pick the Kai'Sa. Tristana just jumps in, claims the kill, and moves on.
Moves on very well. S8UL just waiting on this side, trying to jump in onto the Nautilus. Nautilus, you're a bit far from home. You lock up S8UL in place, you hope to get to safety. Black Venom might even have to pop the ultimate to save his support. He does pop it, but Nautilus is too far that side of the wall for any help. S8UL goes unstoppable after popping his R's into the Subnorton monster that is Nautilus, but AK-45 still roaming around. Ezin still deathless in the game. His Dark Shield is at 9 seconds, probably going to make it a Magi soon enough. Turn ready with a Demolished Prox on the top side, looking to pick up the tier 1 because I don't think there's going to be anyone to stop him. Ezin comes in, the smite lands onto Black Venom. He's trying to ghost and tries to pick up the speed. Black Venom, remind you, doesn't have ultimate. Try to use it to save his own support. Ends up going down for backing in a very open spot, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, this 80-minute games feel like already 30 minutes where Gwen is looking so strong. Every individual of Revenants is looking so strong. They're just running down the whole RPG around the map, deep, and just killing them. I think they're looking to end this game ASAP. Right now, all the kills, all the power for RPG is with this Wukong. Wukong is trying to do his best, trying to keep the team relevant, trying to pick those kills again and again, and hope for his team. Let's see if Wukong is able to kill the team here, take those shutdowns for himself, and hope for his team.
Yeah, but here in this fight, the Shroud, Akali goes in onto the Nautilus, picks up the kill, but he's a little left for home. Bob's walking up, AK-45 still alive, but eventually ends up going down. The ultimate pop from the Blitzcrank, the ultimate pop from Black Venom, but you cannot save your Mordekaiser. Bob's still looking for the hook, lands yet again, this time on to Orianna. Orianna, one more auto will be enough. The jump forward by Potato Monster gets the kill, resets, but the turret shot will be following him, causing Tristana to end up in the Grey Scream. What looked like Precog ended up getting caught out. He still survives in that fight, but it's going to be mid laner shredded plus the ADC of Revenants going down in that fight, and a huge shutdown going over.
Yeah, that's 1k gold going over to Orianna. I think that's worth for Orianna. It's an okay trade for him to have, but at the same time, Bob is not missing any hook on that blitz. He's pulling for all the team of RPG again and again, giving that gift to Tristana to bomb them to death.
He is doing that. On the top side, you saw that Churn Ready was caught out by the combination of Precognition and Half-Bloods. Now, AK-45 has to err on the side of caution, backs away. The Rift Maker completed for Ezreal. As you said, most of the gold for RPG funneled into Wukong. He has his Trinity, he has his Black Cleaver, but if he can't survive in these fights with the amount of burst damage that will be coming from Revenants in team fights, I think it's going to be a bit GG. Top side, Mort has built his Rylai's, has built a Bramble, is building continuously more armor. Bottom side, you can see how much far ahead Tristana is compared to the Kaiser. Already an item and a half ahead on Kaiser, because Kaiser only has Kraken and a pickaxe, while, Potato Monster has Infinity Edge, Yuntals, another Zeal, another Dagger, so he's pretty far accelerated. Once that Navari comes in, we'll be just looking to keep on jumping into fights. Ghost Snip might end up getting caught out here, but no, the hook from him does connect to the wall, so he gets that distance before the knockup comes in from Bob. But Precognition, you look a bit far from home. He's gonna clone and get out. AK-45 understand it. The hook from Bob connects again. Does this man just never miss? It just looks impossible for him to miss. AK-45 going the ultimate trigger from Black Venom to pull him back in. Ezin goes pretty deep. The ultimate from Nautilus puts him into third ace. The third shot ends up picking up the kill. That's a good shutdown going over to Orianna, and the rest of the members of Revenants have to scramble a bit. But honestly, Bob, can you just miss one hook so it seems that you're human at this point? Because you are just hitting every single one. Potato Monster has to be slightly careful, is pretty much just going to W over Mort. You don't think you can catch him, and very rightfully so.
Yeah, I think that's the second big shutdown going for Orianna. I think at this moment Orianna is looking tight, but Bob comes again in the mid lane, gives that hook to the Blitz. It's been taken to Valhalla, waiting for Mordekaiser just to come out, is going to survive and gives that kill to the Tristana, but Tristana is not able to secure the kill. Mordekaiser lives, and Blitz try to flash out but does not live because the whole RPG team is here to back them up and is picking Revenants one by one.
I think this is Revenant just taking it a bit easy over here. Bob kills him in. Bob flashes out. The kill on the Mort could not be secured, and that left Potato Monster in very exposed play. Black Venom being forced to burn his flash against that dash in forward from Churn Ready on the Ornn. Now TP is coming in from Mordekaiser. He wants to come back into this fight. Ornn is very tanky though, mind you, so it's going to be hard to burn down. AK-45 really wants to catch on to Black Venom, but on the other side, Drake taken away by Precognition. Churn Ready left to fend for himself, but Ezreal is doing so much AoE damage. The heals coming in for himself. AK-45 is not going now. Half-Blood ends up going down. A double kill for the game. A double kill for the Ornn. And can AK-45 get out with his life? No. The bonk from Mordekaiser pretty much seals his fate, but more. There is not many places you can go. You can trade as much as you want, but we all know Asian is going to come out on top of this, and this pretty much signals them picking up the utter confidence. Twitter Monster doesn't care about the team. He's just gone to farm topside right now.
I think at this moment, Asian's Gwen has just become a pure monster, goes 2v5, I mean, into the team, is able to secure and kill each and every member of RPG and gets an ace. I think at this moment, Gwen has got its 3 item spike, has got an upgrade from the Ornn after the fight, after he says what kind of a monster Gwen has become. And I think from here, Gwen is just going to become stronger and stronger every minute.
Yeah, the blue buff though taken by the Wukong. They look like Ezin trying to catch him from. So Bob might be getting caught out. Ezin just going to try and pick up the scuttle while we're moving away. Bob just going to be sacrificed pretty much there. Ezin emoting. He has to be careful about getting hooked, but no, he has the fair distance. The TP was coming in from Trinity in the mid side. Potato Monster just going to jump on Harper. Harper is so far behind. Instantly popped in 1 second time over. I think it was a 1.2 second time between that fight. The Ornn connecting both onto the Wukong. Both on as a double knockup comes in. The clone out from Wukong. His R comes in into the fight. Black Venom is trying to keep his distance, trying to keep damage from the side, but the front line is not going to last too long. Black Venom is going to end up going down. It's Potato Monster who builds up a solo kill on Killer 9BD in the top side, and at 32 kills to 13, RPG don't have many ways to get back into the game. The death timers are pretty heavy. They're going to pick up a tier 3 top side for Revenants, tier 3 bot side for them as well as the inhibit.
I think the Gwen just had so much damage even without the ADC not being there. They just go in. Charan Reddy is able to land all the CC, is able to get a 3-man knockup. Gwen turns on the ult, runs down the enemy, and is able to secure all the kills. And Akali lives with that 1 HP, sneaking out slightly and not giving any kind of gold to RPG. That becomes 5 kills to nothing again in the favor of Revenant. Revenant being at 32 kills and RPG being at 13 kills with almost a 10k lead towards Revenants. At this moment, I think Revenants is just going to look to pick up that Baron. They're going to put wards if the enemy team, if RPG looks to come and engage on the Baron, the Blitz is just going to pick one. They're going to kill, take the Baron and look for end.
And that's exactly what it is looking like. They are just going to slowly take it in over here. Baron is up right now. They're just clearing vision for the side of Revenants. RPG have to be careful about walking up to here. Ghost Snip is pretty far ahead. If the hook lands, which it will absolutely onto the Nautilus. The Ornn preventing the rest of RPG to come into this fight. It's about to hook Killer 9BD wants to take all the way to Brazil. Nautilus ends up going down early in the fight. Killer 9BD ended up going down the fight. Potato Monster was just left alone. He falls down as well, and now goes pop buys and he's chasing after the monkey. Precognition can't get away. The smite comes in, double smite back from Precognition, but the damage is just too much from the jungler of Revenants. Black Venom is just tossing and just moving around in the Drake pit. There's nowhere pretty much he can escape, and this is pretty much GG at this point with the death timers on the clock. This is going to be Revenants taking game 1 in this best of 3 series against RPG.
Yeah, the Revenants is just going for the final end without putting any further delay, walking directly with. They have about 2 inhibitors with them, and are going to kill the last few members available of RPG. Blitz lands a hook on the Nautilus, gets him back, gets another kill yet for the team, and is able to end the game.
They end the game. They had their comfort picks and they ended in pretty dominating fashion. 26-minute game coming out from them, pretty much almost the 27th mark, but phenomenal coming in. Just another excellent hook from the Blitzcrank lands onto Nautilus. Nautilus left alone. The nice honor on the side to prevent most of RPG to walk into here. Killer 9BD just also left alone. Unfortunately, Potato Monster is pretty much on the other side of that fight, and even though you neutralize him, he's not the main damage threat. The main damage threat is going to be Asian in these fights. Just as much as the snips come out, Precognition cannot get away. Black Venom, I think this is pretty much deja vu with this man, because he's left alone towards the lower ends of these fights and he just gets picked off as a strangler at the end. Half-Bloods, unfortunately, not having a game he wants to remember, because he just did not perform optimally. He was getting pretty diffed in the bot side, but that's also due to a lot of Bob coming into action as this Blitzcrank. There's a reason why our Revenants can't get Tristana and Blitzcrank at the same time. Otherwise, it spells a bit of disaster for the side of their opposition.
Yeah, and with that, Revenants is able to secure their first victory. I think even in the replay that we're going to see, Revenants just proved why you cannot give a Revenants their comfort picks. Once Revenant is on their comfort pick, they're just a maniacs, running down the game, controlling their lanes, controlling the game, getting that jungle prior, getting that vision prior, getting that objective prior, denying everything to the enemy team, and securing the games within 25 minutes. I think it was an absolutely beautiful game played by Revenants, showed the dominance. They knew the champion limits. Bob was hooking. I mean, I think even in the replay, we're just going to see Bob hooking again and again different members of RPG. Tristana knowing its limit, jumping into the Kaisa, picking those picks again and again. Churn ready, creating the pressure on the top. Ezian running down the enemy team, getting those kills, and so on.
Yeah, and at least on paper, this is how the game looks like. 38 kills of Reverence to the 14 of RPG, a 12k goal difference by the end. 10 towers to 1. That just talks to you about how much map pressure Revenants had created. 2 Drakes going either way. 3 Grubs picked up. The Herald picked up by RPG. The Atakan picked up by Revenants. But Revenants didn't even need Baron to go for the end. They were just so far ahead. They just snowball in these fights, catch out their opposition, and pretty much end it as fast as humanly possible in this kind of situation, in this kind of competition.
What I'm more excited to see who is going to be the MVP for Revenants. I think both the games, both the days, we have seen every individual player has played so beautifully in this tournament. Let's see who's, I think, the MVP is Blitzcrank Bob. I think well deserved, well played. I mean, supports are the most underrated players in the team, but Bob did a fabulous job on that blitz, creating that map pressure all over, getting those kills for his jungler, getting those kills for Tristana, and was able to get that first win for his team.
Definitely, game 1 going over to him. A huge thanks to Bob for that, for the side of Revenants. But every single player in that team played pretty well, won their lanes. The jungler coming from Asian, fabulous. Potato Monster following up very well with Bob. The chemistry in the bot side for them is very, very good, and you could see that coming out over here. So RPG have to think a bit more going into game 2. Unfortunately, still, even if they do somehow do a reverse sweep, can't even pick up 3 points, because max you can pick up is 2 points for them. But before we head into that crucial game 2, guys, we're going to take a very short break. Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. We met alongside Singla. We are in week 3, day 3, the first BO3 of the day. And I think game 1 between Revenants and RPG was a bit one-sided, if I may say so myself, Singla.
No, I think it was indeed. It was a pure dominance game where RPG gave away all the comfort picks to Revenants, and Revenants was able to make most out of it. I mean, everyone being on comfort pick, won all the lane, won the game, and there was not much RPG could do at all.
I could not do much at all. Pretty phenomenal game coming for Revenants. And that's what happens when they get their comfort champions, when they lane so pretty well, their macros good. You have an excellent jungler like SVH just helping out wherever he needs to be at all single times. But that is at least just it for game 1. Now, RPG are the ones on the blue side. Revenants will be on the red side as we head into the draft of game 2. And let's see if the banning stays the same, because I think we have some inklings that I think Shoxy-kun might be playing instead of Potato Monster, right, Singla?
Yes, I think there has been a substitute from the Revenant side where Shoxy has come in and Potato has gone out. And I haven't seen Shoxy much onto the Rift, but I'm interested to see how he's able to perform and been able to fill Potato's shoes.
It's going to be interesting, no doubt whatsoever. But this time, RPG going to be banning the Kane out in the first round of bans. The Vladimir follows suit. At least for the side of Revenants, they stick to the same. The Yorick, the Malzahar bans coming in. Because I think Yorick is one of the champions that Killer 9BD finds himself very, comfortably on in the top side. The Viego ban also follows from RPG's side. And at the last bit, Revenants haven't changed whatsoever from game 1 in terms of bans. The Warwick follows there. So let's see what first picks RPG are willing to lock in for themselves. Will it be Black Venom going back to the mid lane and Half-Blood playing the ADC, or are they going to swap it back for themselves? Let's
I think
see
it can be the
going into this game.
misfortune for Black Venom because he did a great job on misfortune. But I think he's going to go ahead and pick the Jinx. So I think with the Jinx pick, again, it is very possible that Half-Blood is going to play bottom and Black Venom playing mid. But I think that is something that we'll find out in the game again, if they are looking for the swap or not. But it's going to be exciting what Eminence is going to pick here in the blind.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Tristana's no longer in the picture. Kaisa's no longer in the picture. What blind picks they want to go for? What does Shoxy-kun want to play? It's going to be the Jin in the bot lane for Revenants right now. And let's see the second pick. Asian's Lilia is also open. He doesn't mind playing that champion. But Bob's Lux has come in. Another favorite pick of his. And they haven't targeted Bob whatsoever. And I think that is something that's going to be detrimental to RPG later on.
And that makes a lot of sense. And Bob was the MVP in the first game. He got to play his Blitz, which is highly banned against him. And his second strongest champion, Lux, in the game too. I think after Potato leaving, Bob wanted to play something more of a comfort pick, wanted to carry that game. And for our viewers and for Humanis, Shoxy's main or highest play champion is Jin. So I think Shoxy is also gonna play his most comfort champion.
That gets locked in. The Hui and Jarvan gets locked in for RPG. Precognition does play a pretty decent J4. Let's see if he can be more aggressive this time. AK-45 gonna pull out the Ari, on which he had an MVP-like performance. MVP performance essentially yesterday. His charms were hitting. He went for the old Rod of Ages build. So let's see what else comes out for them. The Mundo ban comes in for Revenants in the second phase of banning against Killer 9BD. This was banned quite a bit against him in yesterday's series as well, against Phoenix Ascension. So that makes complete sense. The Trundle ban getting locked up by RPG.
Yeah, I think Mundo is an absolute comfort champion, can be blind pick, will always be relevant throughout the game, and is a very comfort pick for killer. So I think the ban there is relevant and right. Now the main bans will be more towards the top than bottom because there is no perfect comfort pick for killer here, to counter Lux and Jin. I think what RPG is going to look for is going to be something which can be more engaged. Nautilus and Blitz are being banned because we are playing Fearless Draft. So let's see what they're going to pick to counter this, as the bot is already been disclosed for Revenants.
bot has been disclosed. It's going to be the Hecarim locked in. The Horseman going to be in the hands of Asian in Revenants right now. Up to see what RPG want to blind pick for their top side. Killer 9 BT. Unfortunately, a lot of the times is in the point that he has to blind pick. The Udyr gets picked up, pretty much going in the hands of the top laner, and let's see what they want to lock in as their support to match with the Jinx in the bot side. I don't think it's going to be the Hui support. That is still possible, but I honestly doubt that's what they want to go for, especially when the Lulu is open, right? The Lulu Jinx combo, a tale as old as time itself, and that's what gets locked in. What does Churn Ready want to answer against the Udyr in the top side?
I think it's gonna be a hard tank from Charan's side again. It can be the Shen that he plays. It can be Set, but Set will be more of a damage. I'm not really sure. I think they have the damage. What they're gonna look forward is for something more of a front line, but it's gonna be a Camille lock-in. Camille is a good counter pick into Udyr. Udyr being a very annoying, a very heavy tank in the top lane. Camille can cut through Udyr, melt him down, and is able to secure lane dominance, and is a very strong side laner at the same time.
Yeah, that Q2 true damage is going to be coming in very handy again. Someone going to be as tanky as the Udyr. They can match for match over there on the side. The brawls go out. But speaking just draft wise, the peel should be there for the Jinx. The Lulu is there to help him. There's so many people who can just lock Jinx down in one place. The Camille can jump onto him. The Hecarim can jump onto him. Bob's bindings can land. And then, like you said, Choxicun and Bob on one of their two favorite champions. So it's going to be hard, especially after seeing AK-45 perform so phenomenally on the RE yesterday. So I want to see how Half-Blood does on the Jinx. Had a bit of a lackluster time in game one, not albeit just because of him. His entire team was kind of suffering, except for Precog, because Precog did pretty well jungle earlier on, but just couldn't, manifest that into anything else for his team.
But still on the draft side, I will prefer what RPG has drafted for us. I think RPG has a very strong draft, has those hard carries for them, has the mage, has the tanks. I think it's beautifully made by RPG. At the same time, Revenant's draft is something more of a comfort pick than a flex draft, as at least for me. But it will be interesting. It will come down, I think, in the end on their individual skills and how they are able to perform individually, and are if they are able to carry that game for themselves yet again, or if we are going to go into the game 3.
Absolutely. They have a lot for RPG to lock people up in place. The Hui can just do a lot of poke damage, but I think you have to be careful of Bob. Like you said, MVP first game with hooks, now has binds and a lot of damage in his arsenal. Maybe look up one of these squishier champions like the Jinx, the Lulu, or the Hui later on in the game. AK-45 likes to be a bit aggressive early on in lane. He did go for good roams when he had playing his RE, so I'm going to have to be looking out for that. The Camille, side lane, split pushing, very good possibilities. Hecarim, a bit of a curveball from SGN, given that we haven't seen him at least during the qualifiers or until this stage in Legends Ascent play this champion, and I'm really hoping to see how well he performs, because Hecarim is one of those champions that early game you can do snowball so hard.
And I think Hecarim is a long lost champion. I haven't seen a Hecarim being played in very long time. So again, I think it'll be interesting to see it in Ezreal's hand, because Ezreal is able to create that dominance in jungle in his last all games, and with his Gwen, with his Diana, with his Lilia, Vego, whatever he gets picked, is able to deliver the job of that has been expected by him as a jungler. So I think Hecarim is something that is gonna be something that I am gonna keep my eye on, right? And I'm gonna be excited to see how he's able to perform.
I think we're all excited to see this Hecarim come into live action over here, because, like you said, not something that it's a long lost pick because it's not being played that much. And throughout this tournament, we have certain picks like this coming in throughout that make it so much more interesting to watch it. The action gets spiced up. Now, Shoxicun has come in to replace Potato Monster. It's out to see how he plays, because he'll be maybe a bit cool hands at least earlier on, because he's not warmed up that much given how much Potato was. But when you have Bob as a support in the bot lane, you always have that backup inside with you, so you don't have that much fear as well. AK-45, really want to see him perform to the fullest for him. Does he go the Rodaways build? Does he go the Military build? we'll find out when we go into the game. But the Airy a bit sus from him just because the poke damage is not that much. I like the electrocute way much more on Ari's side when you're playing mid lane as well with him. But yes, I think matchups have to be watched out for. Black Venom, unfortunately, not going to be playing his ADC role, going to be playing that way in the middle lane, half blood. Now, a bit of time for redemption for this man to show us what he can do and show us why Black Venom is willingly giving over his spot as the ADC right now in case of the substitution.
I think Black Venom did a decent job, even in the last game, was able to hold his lane against the Akali in the mid lane, but we saw a lot of struggle that was coming towards the bottom. The Kai'Sa was getting picked again and again. The Tristana was just able to jump on him, even after getting the relevant, the comfort lane for him. The ADC has to back up. The ADC has to show what is expected out of him and has to, deliver uh, a, 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 a winning knock for the team. And if you see right now, even for our fans, the poll stats has just turned around entirely. In the first game, we saw a 59 to 41% votes in RPG versus Revenants, whereas we see an 80% probability towards Revenants and 20% win probability towards RPG in the game too. But I think the game is yet to come, and I'm excited to see this game. And I have hopes from RPG because the draft looks that much stronger than Revenants, and I think they can still steal away the game too.
I will also agree. Draft wise, they do look locked in. Their comp has a pretty decent path trajectory that you can go forward with, and you can lock down targets. This time, I think Black Venom will be doing a better job. He did, as you said, pretty well against the Kali solo lane, but later on, the Ornals coming in, not that much damage. He was left alone, straggling away. So maybe with the way he can just keep his distance from most of the fights, deal damage from afar away, and stay alive and help his team thatsoever. But yes, like you said, ADC has to come online for the side of half plus. They have to start kicking it up because RPG a bit back in the wall, only 1 point still managed in Legends Ascend right now, and Revenant sitting at that third position mark in the leaderboard. They're going to be happy cruising away over here, and I think you can't. You have to fault them a bit of targeting AK-45 because yesterday, even when AK-45 was getting targeted quite a bit with the champion pool, he brings out these champions that he does still pretty well on. He brought out the Ari, he brought out something else as well, mid lane, and he still did pretty well. Even if you don't give him his Vlad, you don't give him his Annie, he's still going to do pretty fine. So I think you have to target elsewhere a bit later on, and you can't just ignore Bob in the draft because most teams against him have planned out the Lux just continuously throughout all three games. But without any further ado, guys, we're heading in to the second game between RPG and Revenants. This is game number 2. Revenants leading the series 1-0. RPG on the blue side, Revenants on the red side, and Revenants 3-man going both side over here. You can see now we're not going to get at least as spicy action as we got in game 1, Singla.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually looking forward for it, but I think there were mixed calls because we saw three members running down towards the board and calling for the invade. But I think Charan and Ezian has called a back off, and they decided not to do anything, any shenanigans, and go the standard 5 point defense.
They have gone for the 5 point defense of themselves. They're just holding out. The ward was placed in the brush bot side by the side of Bob. And now you can see just walking around. Will we get any deeper vision, Bobs? Because this is exactly what they want to do over here. AK-45 does end up putting down the ward. Only one hit from Precognition into that, while Ari just walks away safely back to lane. He's avoiding the bush in case the Hui is waiting there to give him chunk damage before laning phase starts. But otherwise, pretty standard coming in. The Grasp of the Undying for the Udyr in the top side. The Dark Harvest coming out for Shoxikun on the Jin. So he's playing more of the later game style with this pick of his, because that Dark Harvest is going to accelerate quite a bit later on in the game. Killer 9VD this time on the proactiveness against Churn Ready, but losing out quite a bit in these trades.
Yeah, I mean, the trade went more in the favor of Camille, and Camille, if is able to hit that level 2 proc first, will be able to melt down the Udyr. At this point, even the Revenants have a little bit upper hand where they know where the jungle for RPG has started, but RPG does not know where the Hekram has started from. So I think that ward game for Revenant somehow worked out. They can see that J4 is clearing the Raptor, but whereas they have no idea where the Hecarim is.
I think RPG is just a bit too hesitant to go into the jungle of Revenants early on, given the level 1 that occurred with them last time, where they started end up having that loss in first blood pretty early into the game, so they have to be careful about that. Killer 9VD likes to play aggressive, likes to overextend in lane, but sometimes just does not respect the damage being dealt out by his opposition top lane, especially the Q2 from Camille lands very cleanly into the back of Udyr. So he generally doesn't mind trading anyway, especially with Udyr having the tier start for himself.
Yeah, I think the amount of grass that is being broke on the top, both the top laners are getting a decent amount of stack when it comes to grass, are able to, do their exchange. There is just healing up so much that gives them that massive amount of sustain in the top lane, and the fights are just happening around the map. And I think, as you rightly mentioned, I think Jin has picked up the Dark Harvest because they know that they're going to play Lux and Jin, and they are looking to put that immense amount of pressure on bottom that they are able to secure that Dark Harvest stat for the Jin, that so that he can do that immense damage in the late game.
Nice art by the Udyr pushing forward. He's running pretty low on mana here, but that's where the tier comes into effect for himself. He's just trying to push in this way, maybe get a back off. He does have TP. Eternity goes in. Killer 9BT has to respect it. Jarvan is around the corner. Does Precognition think he has a free kill? That's exactly what it's looking like. He's walking all the way forward over there. Can we just look at the top 5 in the bot side? Bob getting caught out, taking quite a bit of damage, but no, unfortunately doesn't end up going down. Top side, we see Jarvan has escaped with his life, but no kills were exchanged either way. So blood still not drawn anywhere across the rift right now. Bob just waiting patiently in this bush for a Q to land either onto half blood or onto ghost snipe, and that's where Sakikun and Bob can bounce onto it. The heal and the exhaust getting traded. Exhaust from the Lulu, the heal from the Lux, and Dark Seal picked up by AK-45 on his back over here.
Right, I'm not really sure what was going on in the mind of J4. He was not going to kill the Camille. I think there were multiple calls coming from the Udyr to back, and I think that was a very fair call where they did not try to all in the Camille alone at level 4 in the tower, because I don't think that the damage would have come out enough for them to secure the kill and would have ended up giving the first kill. I think the communications were made among the team and they took the call to back. But right now the games are going pretty even. Both the teams are standardly just farming. Jin has a lead, a 10 CS lead already in the bot lane when it comes to CS. They're able to put that pressure on the Jinx. Lux is able to land that Q, land that E, creating that constant pressure on Jinx, trying to deny that farm. But the first blood is not lost yet, and we are already in 5 minutes of the game.
5 minutes of the game, no first blood taken right now. Pretty happy about that. Drake has spawned around 30 seconds ago. AK-45 back when I'm trading pretty evenly. AK-45 with a slight CS lead of himself, as well as the Hecarim up in terms of camps first to the side of the Drake, and with the prio that he's going to be getting from his bot side, maybe can even start it up. And that's exactly what he's looking to do here. Drake started up, getting pinged out by the Lulu as well. Charn Reddy still exchanging blows with Clear 9VD, who has a slight level advantage given that he's pushing in the wave after wave after wave. On his back, he picked up a boot, tier 1 boots, and the amplifying tome. Drake still being conducted by SZN in the bot side, and maybe this time RPG don't want to give this up for free. Blob is put out the E's, preventing Half-Blood from walking up, but Lulu's still dishing out damage. The binding lands, a double connect. The W from Jin secures the first blood for his team. SZN pops the ghost, is running around. Precognition pretty low on HP. SZN ends up claiming the kill. Now Black Venom has to run away, but unfortunately taking hits from the Drake as well as their opposition. That's going to be the feats of warfare picked up. That's going to be the Drake picked up 2 kills going over to SZN, 1 kill going over to Jin, and nothing to answer back. The Chompers land, the attacks, auto attacks coming out from Half-Blood. The last auto secures the kill, but it's traded back by Shoxikun, and he doesn't mind. He's getting his Dark Harvest stacks, he's getting the kill, he's getting the wave in, he's denying so much for Jinx.
And he was also able to make Jinx burn both the summoners that he has. I think in the end works in the favor of Revenants. Revenants played the fight very beautifully, trusting in each other. Lux overstepped a bit without the team coming very deep, for the vision security, and got punished very heavy. I think we have a recap here. Exactly how we said, Lux walked up a little bit deep, gets banned by Lux. Jhin is able to take out all the damage and he's able to kill. At the same time, jungle and mid having a 2-on-2. They were able to secure the J4 first, then running down, secured Du Hui and took the dragon away.
Yeah, I think good fancy feet from Jinx to avoid the binding over there. That would have pretty much been him dying without a cause. But in the top side, Killer 9 being forced to flash away. The shields come out. Ezin just waiting for the ultimate, bring proc for the Hecarim just in case the fear comes out. Killer 9 still ends up surviving. That is nice, well played by the Udyr in the top side. So the gang top side not working out. 4 kills to the 1 right now for Revenants. And they are looking pretty happy with themselves. Grubs have spawned. Grubs are being started up by them. J4 is walking up. So is the way. AK-45 has to go and match it as well. Camille coming in the fight. The TP being channeled by the Udyr. He's going to be walking up. So I think the side of Revenants are giving the call of giving up. Given the churn ready is so low already.
Yeah, I mean, Udyr is so balanced. Udyr was able to soak up all the damage that was done by Camille and Hecarim. There was ult invested by Hecarim, but was just able to walk away without burning much of anything. Gets out, goes back, TPs, come back, because of which they have a lead and they are able to secure that grubbies for themselves.
Yeah, the ultimate missing from the way that could have maybe signaled a kill onto AK-45. AK-40 dodges that pretty easily, gets out of the exchange, doesn't have to be burning his own flash either. So he's going to be pretty happy about it. Top side, CS still slightly in favor of Killer 9BT. Jungle, CS in favor of Ezin. The binding from Bob does land again. So does the W. The ultimate gets popped over here from the Jhin. I don't think there's a kill potential angle. And very rightful. So he does chunk down Lulu pretty low. So now he's going to leave his ADC alone at base. But the Cataclysm comes onto Ezin. Ezin can't run anywhere. Doesn't have ultimate. Doesn't have Ghost. Black Venom is here for the assist. The shutdown going over to Precognition. And finally, RPG answering slightly but surely back into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we can see some positive action happening from RPG this time, punishing the mistakes made by Revenants. They said we're not going to go down this easily. This game, Ari tries a very beautiful play but misses. The E goes in and is able to survive without dying there. He just gets that last bit of healing from the kill passive and is
but look who's here. Is Jarvan. The flag and drag lands onto Camille. This time, success in the top side. Churn ready ends up going down for the first. Yeah, but the mid side, that flash charm, a bit questionable for AK-45. Maybe just thought the minion would be walking in front. But still, ends up picking the kill, doesn't even get traded, so he's going to be happy about it. Bob walking very far forward, but gets a lot of damage out. Half-Blood doesn't mind trading. The Chompers don't land. The W connects from Shock Sequence, but here comes the Hecarim from the side lanes. Half-Blood is left alone. The little Lulu cannot do much in this scenario. The Jinx going down for the second time. That's going to be a collector completed for Shock Sequence on his next back. And the bot side of Shock Sequence and Bob asserting their dominance against RPG with the little help of Ezreal.
There's so much action suddenly happening all around the map. I think there's so many kills, there's so many action happening in mid, top and bottom. And for the first time, surprisingly, we see that top has a good lead over Camille. Camille is about 20 CS down from the Udyr. Udyr is able to keep pushing those lanes in, is able to create the pressure on Camille, making him irrelevant in the game and slowly, getting the dominance in the top.
Exactly as you put. Killer 9BT, for the first time I've been seeing this man, is doing really well, up in CS, up in terms of numbers as well. Now Churn ready, slightly struggling, especially after that tower dive that was occurred between Precognition and Killer 9BT onto him. He has to be a bit wary about where this jungler of RPG will be at all times. But nice Q2 lands back into the. They're trading pretty efficiently between them. Drake now spawned up. That should be the next part of the fighting, exactly on point. Walks up, starts hitting it away. Precognition is very far. There should be pretty much no challenge for the side of RPG, and Revenants will be looking to secure their second Drake of the game.
Yeah, and Jhin has already finished his collector. I think on the bind now they're going to look to press or secure kills in the bottom. But let's see, I think Jinx still has a Lulu who can keep him alive with that E, with that heavy shield with that ult that he has. So I think it's going to be an interesting game. They lock down the Hecarim yet again. The way is there to help
Oh,
the J4. Who misses the ult again, but the J4 is able to flash, get that passive damage, and is able to secure the kill for himself.
there's a bit of deja vu for Ezzy, and he gets locked up. He doesn't have his ultimate, at least at that time, doesn't have the ghost. Does get away, but the flash followed by Fragnation and Obscurity. Black Venom missing quite a few of these ultimates. I've seen him at least twice already. Once on AK-45, once onto the J4. He's trying to maybe predict a bit more than he needs to, but other than that, still a fine in any time in the mid. It's getting pushed quite a bit by Killer 9BT with that R following through the R getting channeled, the curtain call being channeled by the Jin in the bot side, getting maybe a bit of chunk damage, trying to get it low for themselves. J4 is close by, so Bob and Shoxy gonna have to be careful. The binding doesn't land, the E hits onto the Lulu from Bob, so a lot of damage. The collector now completed by the Jinx as well as the boots of swiftness. So he's going to be having a fun time. Killer 9BT does have flash, might have to use it over here, but gets stuck up into place, gets very greedy, chooses not to flash and ends up paying with his life. I don't know why we are being this greedy with our summoners here, Killer 9BT. You could have easily got out and maybe still continue top side.
I think last fight where he was able to just walk out the Hecarim gave him a lot of confidence, but this time Kemil was just able to ult, lock him down. The RE gets his E and is able to score the kill.
There, Ari goes in onto Huwei, a killing spree for AK-45. Now he's fully unleashed, his Rod of Ages is complete. 8 stacks into the Dark Seal, and he's having a very good time. Unfortunately, Black Venom putting not much that much counter. The binding lands from the Lux plus the ultimate, but Lulu saves his own Jinx with her own ultimate, gives himself a prize, gets him to walk away. Gonna have to end up giving this turret to the side of Revenants. So this is going to be Revenants picking up the first turret of the game, the first 3 kills of the game, the feats of warfare and the feats of strength now locked in for this. And a Precognition against Ezin 1 versus 1, but it's a bit unfair when you have a flag and draft to get away. AK-45 going against Killer 9BT topside. The Charm barely missing out. Camille is going to be there to follow suit. AK-45 is going to be walking back to the mid side, but after all this, unfortunately this Jinx is going to take so long to come online right now given how far behind he is.
Yeah, I think J4 is able to again yet put a lot of pressure. I think the jungle is for RPG is doing a very fine job. Even with the Wukong, he was there even after all the odds. He was trying to carry the team. I think even with the J4, he's able to put so much pressure on Hecarim. He's able to deny him bread. He's able to deny him farm. And as soon as he looks at Hecarim, J4 is just pressing R, locking him in and killing him again and again.
Exactly, it's rinse and repeat, and now look who gets caught. It's going to be Shoxy Kun picking up the kill onto Black Venom, who's had that game. It's worst start compared to game 1 for him. Unfortunately, the strat setup works this time for Revenants. They pick up the kill. They're going to be picking up the Herald Killer. 9BT's come to just show his face, but might get locked up into place. The ultimate channel from the Camille. Now you can't run away that much. The Charm lands, the Binding lands. It's going to be AK-45 going on a rampage. After that, 14 stacks in his Magi. He's a pretty well-fed man. AK-45 coming from around the side. Ghost Nip has to be careful if the Charm lands, but he dodges out on the Charm. Half-Blood on the other side. Ari jumps from Lulu onto Half-Blood. Ezin comes in with the slam dunk with his own ultimate. AK-45 fighting a bit more than he can chew. Gives over his shutdown, but it does go over to the Lulu in that tower time.
But he loses the Magi stack. I think he went a little bit for fun. After all the amazing plays that he was doing, got a bit more greedy, thought can kill the Lulu and can get out with his ult, but did not work as per plan and gets shut down there. A huge bounty going to Lulu, a huge loss of stacks for the RE side. Let's see if Ari can come under control now for RPG, or is gonna still remain the monster as he was.
I think he has to. Bob could be walking into Precognition over here. The Binding lands, the E lands. Precognition is just going to be CC'd for at least 2-3 seconds. Just wait.
Yeah, I think the J4 just came to say hi. He looked at the Lux and just walked back. I'm not really sure why the all-in did not come. I think there was a little bit lack of information. He wasn't sure if the support is alone or has some people backing him up. Decided not to all-in and let him go.
Yeah, he does survive. Nothing problem. Drake Now up for grabs. Remind you, Revenants have two, RPG have none right now. Bob may be looking to catch somebody out. If the binding lands some damage early on would be nice. Binding unfortunately going to miss the E hits, but it's going to hit onto the Udir. Asian has to be a bit careful how he walks in over. He gets stunned up, locked in by Udir. Damage coming out. The binding landing from Lux. The ultimate comes out plus the E. Killer 9BD pretty low on HP. AK-45 can dash forward. The W comes from the Jin. The R is following suit. Turn ready comes into the mixture. He locks up onto the Jigs. Half Blood has nowhere to go, but a huge way ultimate falls onto 4 members of Revenants plus the super mega death rocket. Unfortunately, could not signify the kill as Precog goes in, gets instantly charmed up to the flag and drag. AK-45 flashes for the Q lands, but unfortunately the damage is lacking quite a bit, especially with the Rod of Ages build. The kills picked up by RPG. At the end of the day, a 1-for-1. But it's going to be Precognition who ends up going down. So that's going to be allowing the Drake going over to Revenants. Black Venom is really looking for the C. Ezreal doesn't even want to allow that to happen. Ends up just ulting over the wall, catching out the Hue, picking up the kill. Turn ready. Going to be walking into the Ether. He cancels out his zip lines. Turn ready. There's not many places you can go except straight to the Grey Screen. Half-Blood still alive in the fight, still dishing out some damage. But I was really surprised Half-Blood does not end up falling down. A lot has to be said about the Hue ult that landed, that provided a lot of price for RPG. There was so much AoE damage onto Revenants, plus the super mega death rocket afterwards that prevented members of Revenants from maybe chasing more.
I think both the teams just played beautifully. There's so much Lux taking on so much damage, Hue doing so much AoE damage. Both the teams were so low, was just one hit away. Ari saw opportunities, tried going in, tried to clean up, but was not able to clean up and ends up losing the life. And with that, her Magi stack goes to 0, and she starts seeing that a bit of a dip in her damage. She has a Rod of 80, she has Ares, and she has a 0 stack Major's now. And she's struggling a little bit with damage, not able to clean it, or no, the damage coming out as per expected. So let's see how it goes now. But I think Revenants is still very fed, still has a lead of about 5,000 gold against RPG, is already on the soul point. The game still looks very heavily in the favor of of Revenants, but I think RPG still have hope, can still come back with the amount of carry potential that they have with Hue and Jinx.
Yeah, Hue Jinx, especially with Precognition trying to lock up Titan. Unfortunately, last time he was a bit overzealous with his flag and drag. It ended up eating a charm before he can cataclysm onto any member. Churn Ready struggles quite a bit against Killer 9BT, especially after missing the zip lines onto him. It's a 1v1, a solo bolo pretty much happening between these two members. The zip line going to be coming up for Churn Ready any second now, but he chooses to use it to go back in instead of choosing to escape. The ultimate popped by the Camille. The Udir ends up going down in that solo bolo attempt. The barrier nicely popped by Shock Sequence, so it looked like Jinx didn't even give any damage with her ultimate. Precognition has to block every single shot for his ADC, and because of that, ends up going down instead. The R forward by Gifford plus into the charm causes Ghost Time to get caught out, but he dashes back with the ultimate of Hue into the Jin. But on the other side, Lux snipes down Half-Bloods, and that's going to be a lot of kills happening in very quick succession. 3 kills being picked up by the side of Revenants, or 1 on the top side, 2 in the mid lane, as well as the tier 1 being worked over here. Artakan has spawn side. That's exactly where Hecarim is right now, trying to work away on that. And if members of the team follow suit, Revenants pretty much secure this. They are on soul point for Ocean Soul, and they're in a pretty commanding lead.
But I think they're just going to secure the Atakan here. The bottom has a tremendous lead right now. The Jin is super very fed in the game. The Lux is very fed, doing the tremendous amount of damage. Another thing that we spoke about, why you do not give Bob his comfort pick. He did a tremendous job on the splits, did an amazing job on the Lux. Right now, Ari getting greedy again, getting caught alone in the bottom lane and ends up losing the life and stacks again. I think Ari cannot keep making these mistakes again and again, cannot take the game lightly, because it is a very important game for Revenants as well. Because we do have to remember, if Revenants wins this game, goes 2-0, gets an extra point and is able to secure 3 points for their team, that will help them lead in the point table.
Exactly. Every single game counts over here. Camille's gonna find out on preposition. Ezreal's come close behind. The Hue ultimate lands, but straight onto Hecarim's face. Not before J4 ends up going down. Now Ghost channeled by Zen. He's trying to get out. The Super Mega Death Rock is flying, but misses its target. So that's gonna be a 1-for-0 for Revenants. Picking up the jungler at a crucial time before Drake's gonna happen. That he should be up instead. Killer 9BD gonna dodge the W from Shoxikun. Gonna be chasing down onto Camille. He's gonna try to be going for his own revenge, but no one's targeting the Jhin. The Jhin is the one who's going to be dealing out most of the damage, and now the curtain call has come. Will they block it for Killer 9BD? And unfortunately, it's going to be Half-Blood. End up going down to the 4th shot of the curtain call. The charm barely missing from AK-45 onto Black Venom. These curtain calls from Shoxikun proving pretty detrimental to RPG on the times they're trying to fall back.
I think the Jhin is doing so much damage at this point. The collector coming juicy handly where he's able to, melt down the members, stand back, press R, and is able to secure the kills for its team. At this point, the Jhin looks tremendously fed. The Lux is tremendously fed and is able to carry the game for its team.
Exactly. So many Fed members, so many attacks coming out. Unfortunately, yeah, Ari gives up a lot of her stacks that she had generated earlier on. Now only up to the 2 stacks for herself after the 2 more assists that she picked up. But Drake, Soul Drake, Ocean Soul being picked up by Revenants right now. No answer from RPG. They can't honestly actually do anything. Maybe catch on to Churn Ready, but he's also a very slippery target. So Drake done without any single type of answer. Precognition is still equal in terms of safe. They really want to go on to Churn Ready in the top side. Killer 9BD is following. He's just going to pick up the wave instead. But the rest of his team is walking up. They're going to be spotted by the blue side of Alteration. And the Flag and Drive completely whiffing. The Lulu Slow also not going to hit his target. Churn Ready is pretty much out of it. AK-45 jumped over the wall. The Charm lands, the Q lands, the Lulu evaporated on the spot. The Super Mega Death Threat comes in, but not before Precognition ends up falling. The ultimate from Hue comes out, but 1 by 1 members fall. Black Venom left alone. Very similar to how last game went for him. He cannot do anything by his lonesome. That's a 4 for nothing for Revenants. Only the Jinx left alive. And when RPG thought that they have the advantage, they can get the pick. They whiff all their spells on the Camille. She gets out safely. It allows AK-45 to come in. It allows more members of Revenants to come in. And it's pretty much a cleanup crew. It's pretty much looking like Revenants want to run away with the Series 2-0 right now.
I think that was again beautifully played by Charan, dodging the engage of J4. He sneaks out. Ari calls in that she's coming, believes in his teammate, goes in 1v4 with the RVN. If they are able to kill every member of RPG, 2v4 securing the game. I think another fact that's something that has not worked out for the Madness is we can see the lack of champ pick, champ comfort on Black Venom. He's not able to hit any ult with his Hue. He's not able to take out that damage. Only in the first fight, we saw him hitting that ult, saw the impact of the damage that Hue can do. But after that fight, he has missed absolutely every ult and not able to hit enough, spells on the enemy.
And this is where sometimes the role swaps don't come into effect. Unfortunately, like more traditionally an ADC player, not doing that so well on the Hue right now. As you said, not that comfortable maybe on the champion, but look how far behind the Jinx is compared to the Jhin. Jin's going to be starting making his 4th item, while Jinx is still in the process of making her 2nd. Like Infinity Edge, not even the BF sword component of Infinity Edge in her hands. Here comes the Super Mega Death Ray, attempts to steal, but seeing the health of the Baron, it's not going to happen. Bob very smartly standing up in front in case anything like that happens. Churn Ready, TP's bot side going in against Killer 9BD, a 1v1, a repeat of what happened in the top lane. The shield comes out, the Q2 comes in, the zip line's missing from Camille. The Killer 9BT still has to run away a level behind, quite a few items behind, and it is pretty detrimental. It is pretty disastrous for the side of RPG. This Jinx pick hasn't honestly worked out because she has never been a pretty good factor in this game, just given how her laning phase went, given how she's being targeted quite a well in this team, and given the peel not coming in. Trinity jumps pretty deep into this fight. The flag and drag lands on to the Camille. He's locked up into place. He's going to end up going out. Now comes the excitements for Hapla, but he has to be careful. Low HP bars. AK-45 has to run away, but the flag and drag into the flash knocks him up. The charm lands. The cataclysm comes in, but the simple R press from AK-45 is trying to get him out. Here comes another flag and drive. He does dash away from it, but this chase is still important. The flash at the end getting burned by the RE. He's gonna still end up surviving. The SUVO coming in, but not gonna hit its target. Here comes Ezians onto the backline. Shockseekun going pretty low, but picks up a kill with his last bullet over there. Ghost Snip ends up falling down. Rampage for Hecarim. He charges forward with his own ultimate onto a half-blood. Left alone. An ace for the side of Revenants, only losing the Camille and securing the series in a 2-0 fashion in a pretty dominating statement about this tournament.
I think it was again a pure clean fight. The Ocean Soul coming in handy, keeping the RE alive for very long. J4 cannot lock down the RE. RE was just running, hitting the summoner spells. Ocean Dragon giving her that region. She was able to, run out, take out the damage. The team came back on the backup, was able to, secure certain kills. RE could regenerate, come back to the fight, and they were able to secure this second victory. And with that, get a 2-0 clean victory against RPG.
Exactly. And I think it is a lot on the hands of the jungler, amount of presence he created. Jhin goes deathless, doesn't get caught out. AK-45 looked like he was in a tricky situation. He burns so many spells onto him that they don't have much left for the fight. Ezin comes into the back line. Shockseekun flashes away even after eating all of that Hue damage from the ultimate. Ghost Snip in two minds about where he wants to be. The ultimate comes in from Hecarim here. He's still on his target. Half-bloods, unfortunately, could not be much of a factor for both his team in both games essentially over here, and Revenants running away with it. Even the substitute Shockseekun doing such a fantastic job. 8-0 and 7, pretty well played by all members of Revenants, and that's why you have to fear them, because each and every single player will try and step up when they have to.
Yeah, I think Asian gave me the Hecarim game that I was looking for. Asian showed that Hecarim being on the right hand is a very strong pick, can create the pressure, just ulting the backline, putting the CC, taking out the damage, pushing that ADC and not letting that ADC die. I think the Camille and Hecarim ult combo kind of came in clutch for the Revenants. Revenants showed that they are so much of a stronger team with Ari and Camille going 2v2 again and again, right? Believing in each other, but were able to, win those team fights again.
Like you said, it pretty much over there. They win so many team fights for themselves. A lot of iffy situations from RPG where they pretty sure did not have gone in, they ended up going in, especially on that chase so far deep into the Camille top side. Did not do good for them. Pretty disastrous results. Unfortunately, the boys from Bangladesh will not be locking in any single points, at least for this BO3, while Revenants walking away with all 3 points for themselves, securing a higher standings as well in the tournament, because they are looking pretty good right now for themselves. They have played, I think, 4 games at this point. They've won 3, lost 1, and the only loss that happened was to S8UL Esports. So we can't even, say anything about them, because that's one of the most dominating teams over here right now. But other than that, every single series locked up all the points they required. I think we'll be sitting at 2nd place, but that might all change after the next BO3 that will be coming out.
Right now I think with 6 plus another 3, Revenant should be on the top with 9 points. But we have S8UL playing today. We have SUVO playing today, the second game. Both of the people who were on the top 2 positions before today's Revenant game. So I think yes, the tables can turn in the evening if S8UL is able to secure that 2-0 win against SUVO haters. They'll be back on the top in the table.
Yeah, and it looks like Revenants are pretty well accustomed to what they want to do, especially when they bring in their substitute. Such a crucial game, and he performs to such a good level that shows you the confidence they have in their own teamwork and in their own teammates. But right again, I really love the entire roster and how they have played. RPG have to buck up a bit, like you said, maybe get more comfortable. If Black Venom is not comfortable playing that mid role, maybe don't make him play, maybe someone else play, because I think the role swap was also very detrimental to their side today because it didn't work out. The ADC wasn't working out the way Harbler wanted to perform, just maybe because of his picks and the way he was getting bullied a bit in the bot side. And Black Venom, honestly, with the way left a lot to be desired, was lacking in quite a few areas, and hopefully they can work this on. But I really like how Killer 9BT has improved comparatively to his last series that he played. This time doing pretty fairly even, pretty good in the top side, even with this Udyr getting top parts of the like head in CS early on, and was pretty well doing well for himself until the rest of his team fell behind. The rest of the team of Revenants got so far ahead, and he couldn't be much of a factor in later team fights.
Yeah, I think the top and jungle did a phenomenal job for RNG, right? They were RPG. They were doing their job. The Udyr was able to create, the CS lead, that goal lead in the top. We saw Charan struggling a little bit early in the game, but was able to come back in the late game where he got a 1v1 kill against the Udyr. I was a bit scared. I thought he's gonna die, but I think he knew his limit and he was able to secure. And with that, people, we can summarize our game two with Revenants going a clean 2-0 against RPG. Revenant securing 29 kills against 10 for RPG with a goal lead of about 18,000. They were able to claim 11 towers by giving away 0, picking up all the dragons in the game, pick up a Baron, a Rift Herald, just losing the 3 grubs against RPG, and they were also able to pick the Atakan. So I think this clearly shows that our Revenant was just able to clean have a clean win against RPG,
Hmm.
securing absolute dominance, claiming all the objectives, tremendous skills, and the game.
Hmm. And with that being said, your MVP for game two has to be the man, the horseman. I think we'll give it to a lot of members, given just how well they played. But Asian did also help out his lanes quite a bit. Bot side, twice gangs came in pretty nicely. So 8, 2, and 3 in this game. KDA as well. 338 damage per minute, 7.8 CS per minute. But these numbers don't matter compared to how much impact he was bringing in these fights. Good fears coming out. I think the only gank I saw that was failed from him was onto that Udyr top side, where Udyr still managed to get away. But talking about your head-to-head, it's between both the junglers. Ezreal 23 and 9, Precognition 10, 9 and 5. I think Precognition did a fantastic job as the Wukong early on. Last game, this Jarvan game was also doing pretty well, but as his team falls behind, he also falls behind, and unfortunately could not make up those numbers later on. The CS per minute, I think it's just been added up, not divided or average instead. But 39k damage to the 28k damage, 27k goal to the 22k goal, just speaks about how Asian did this game. And I think Recognition against such an experienced jungler did have a hard time, did struggle quite a bit, and maybe takes quite a bit of learning from away from this experience.
Yeah, I think Asian has been a very strong pillar for Revenants throughout the games. We have seen him lead from the front, ganking those lanes again and again, creating that early pressure in the bottom, farming up, gapping the enemy junglers with a tremendous lead on CS, or securing all the objectives. And with this, we can also see the league table. I think I was wrong. So S8UL and Esports, S8UL Esports and Revenants are at the same point, with Revenants have played one extra game, and S8UL is going to play their fourth game today uh, in the second half.
Yes, and they will be playing against SUVO Hitters, a team that was on the second place until Revenants ended up winning this series. So a lot of this table context might change in context given how the next BO3 goes. But as you can see, this is how you stand. Jet Precognition. This would be RPG's third loss in a row for themselves. Unfortunately for them, they only had that 1 point from the game they won against Phoenix Ascension. And the people who have just picked up the solo 1 points from the Paw Patrol RPG have got it against Phoenix Ascension. Phoenix Ascension have to work on this in the future for themselves. Otherwise, they can't just keep on bleeding points like this between games, because they are a strong contender team. They cannot give it up so easily, and they really need to retain points like that. But at least that's how you see the situation from him. Reminder, guys, who just joining in, the side of Revenants beat RPG 2-0. And before we head into the second BO3 of today, we're going to take a very short break.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip these. They let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not gotta cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm going to win. came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Live deep. The letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends and South Asia. It's me, Mandis, this time alongside Kaka for a very highly anticipated BO3 that's going to be coming up that shapes how the leaderboard will be looking. But before that, just a small talk about the last BO3 that happened, the Revenants versus RPG matchup. I don't know if you could catch it, Kaka, but it was pretty dominating from the side of Revenants.
Yeah, I think that was expected as well. We saw RPG, scraping through, barely losing 2-1 against PNX, but Revenants is a different beast. And we talked about them. That's potentially a top 3, top 4 team. We do expect them to qualify as well for the playoffs. So I'm not too surprised that it was a very quick 2-0. And looking at the players as well, the sort of champs that they got, Blitzcrank for Bob in game 1. I mean, we have been raving about his Blitzcrank for quite a while now, and we get to see it. He gets the MVP as well, so I think that was a great performance from him. And Azan as well, you can ban his Kane, you can ban his Viego, but he has other options available to him, so Even he did well on the Hecarim in the previous game. But for now, looking at this matchup, S8UL versus SUVO haters, both the teams undefeated so far. 2-0 for SUVO haters, 3-0 for S8UL, and they could go 4-0 and almost qualify really if they win this series 2-0. So I think a lot of at stake for the side of S8UL here, as the Karthus is going to get banned against Infinity, as we await more bans coming in from the side of S8UL.
And it looks like we are missing Kratos today from the side of S8UL. It's going to be Lotus still coming in. Yes, last time we were missing Lotus, but he's this time, and it looks like Nero in the support role right now, at least sitting that spot. But yes, Karthus ban out. The Pantheon ban out against RD. He does pull out these kind of bans. Sometimes even the Yorick ban is a necessity, just given his shampoo and Void and Itachi interchangeable in their lane. So it's up to see how they want to go. Like you said, both teams undefeated right now, but S8UL with one more series under their belt. So these kind of things come out. The Diana ban against Infi against Catbot, because Catbot sometimes even plays that in the mid lane. But yes, a very good. But you can't target so much towards the jungle because of Infi's almost infinite champion pool of his own. So I think you have to target other ways, maybe support wise, where what Nero might end up being playing over there, because it's, he's just pretty much the substitute where he's filling in any place that he needs to at this point. And Lean not going to be able to play that Leona.
Yeah, the Leona gets banned. I'm just looking to see if the Yorick is going to see the ban phase as well. We did see RD play that champion in their 2-0 against Syndicate in game 2. Did pretty well on that champion. So I do believe that that's something that S8UL can look at along with the Pantheon and Leona ban. That those are the champions that they just don't want to play against. And NA Void has been pretty spectacular, honestly, in his gameplay as well, picking up the Yone in the previous series. So a few talking points for sure for the S8UL. And let's see what the third ban is going to be. And the Mundo actually is going to get banned. That does leave the Yone open. That does leave the Yorick open. That does leave the Ari open as well for Itachi 1-2-1-2 if he decides to pick that as well. Of course, it's going to be a blind pick into Catbot, and I don't think that's a good idea. But having said that, let's see what the first pick is going to be from the side of S8UL. SUVO haters.
SUVO haters going to be locking in the Smolder with their first pick up of this game. And we have seen One Above All played before. He had an MVP performance on it. They play according to that as well. Now, Void, I believe, is a typical top laner, while it's going to be Itachi going the mid side. But answered back with the Nidalee, picked up right away, as well as Nero going to be having the Lulu, or that can go into Catbot, because we have been hearing inklings that Catbot might want to be playing the champion in the mid side.
Yeah, I mean, Infi's Nidalee is just really, really good, honestly. We just played a game before the stream had started, a solo queue game in like a high master, grandmaster game, and he was carrying that single-handedly on the Nidalee. So I have seen it first-hand experience not too long ago, honestly, and he's just very lethal on that champion. And yeah, we have been hearing those murmurs about the Lulu, but I do expect this to go in the hands of Nero towards that bot side, because the jungle pick would have been different. It was Lulu mid. I do think something like a Viego, Xinjiao, a bruiser of some sort would be much better to pair up with the Lulu. And for the other side, we do see the Milio come in. We do see the Yorick as well getting logged in. So we were talking about it in the previous segment. And yeah, that is going to get logged in for RD in the jungle.
Yeah, RD is going to be pretty happy getting hands on the Yorick. He is now more traditionally playing Jax a lot, jungle-wise, but now he gets the Yorick, going to be happy. The Nico gets locked in this side, for the side of S8UL Esports. While we head into the second phase of ban, I think I like what SUVO haters did with the Seraphine ban, because they know that Nero will be playing support, and he was pretty comfortable on that champion last time he was playing APC for his team in the last series. So these things also come into effect, especially now that we get to see Nero playing the support role, pretty much his debut as well in this part of the area. But the support bans just not manifesting, at least on our screen, like the bans that S8UL Esports have been going for. Let's see what SUVO haters want to answer with, or what they want to end up banning, because they targeted Infi quite a bit in the first phase of banning, and now Infi's pulling out his Nidalee. Like Kaga said, I haven't seen it that much, but Kaka personally says and vouches that this will be an excellent pick for Indian Fee, that he's going to be one of the people to carry himself off. So I think S8UL Esports do like to take it on the easy side. Again, we don't get to see the ban while we continue on in the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, before we got started, I did ask Invi to pick up the Nico jungle, so I would be very happy if that's what we end up seeing. Honestly, could be Nidalee support, could be Lulu mid, could be Lulu support, could be Nidalee mid. I mean, these three champions can go anywhere. I would love to see a Nico jungle game. Honestly, that's going to be a lot of fun to look at. But yeah, technically, these champions can go anywhere as it stands right now, and we are looking at the fourth pick that's going to come in. Hopefully an AD champ now, because we do have a lot of AP from the side of S8UL. So something like an Aatrox maybe that is still left open for the side of RTO would make a lot of sense. But this should be an AD carry pickup coming in. And along with the Nidalee, I would expect some sort of poke champion. So maybe the Varus comes out, maybe the Jhin comes out. Never mind, it's actually going to be the Renekton instead. That gets logged in for RTO. The Renekton top only player gets that blind. I think it's a good pickup. I don't think Renekton has too many bad matchups. And looks like he's gonna be playing against the Aatrox. So a matchup he's definitely well versed with, because he plays both of these champions at a very high level.
He does, and the Void, pretty well much known for his Yasuo and his Aatrox, gets his hand on that pick for himself. Ari now being hovered for Itachi in the mid lane. Let's see if your haters want to lock that in. No, they think they want some more tankiness instead. They are hovering Galio. They lock in the Galio now. Time for S8UL Esports' last pick of this entire draft. We have had pretty wonky draft looking at just S8UL Esports' comp right now, and it might just be Lotus coming back into action, bringing out his Vayne, and oh boy, I think we're in for a treat over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, if what we have said, the Nico goes towards that jungle, the Lulu's mid, the Nidalee support, then I think it's going to be a really fun game to watch, honestly. We still do expect S8UL to win this one. And speaking about Galio, I like the champion quite a lot, honestly, but you should always pair the Galio up with some sort of engage, which I do think is lacking from the side of SUVO haters right here. Something like a Jarvan, something like a Xinjiao maybe, the Nocturne, the Camille, all these sort of champions that want to go in and lock the opposition down are really usually paired up with the Galio and just activate him all that more. But they do pick up the Galio for the mid lane, and still a good pickup. Might struggle against the Lulu in the laning phase at least, I think. But regardless, very wonky draft from the side of S8UL Esports, and I think it's going to be a really fun game.
It does look like it's going to be a really fun game, especially that we're going to get Catbot with the Lulu in the mid lane. I've been waiting for this quite some time, ever since Akshay has mentioned it in the YouTube chat. But we come out, yeah. Also, I don't like Galio that much without, locking. Like you said, locking. The most you can get with the lock-in is the Yorick Cage, but other than that, it's a bit lackluster. But let's see how Itachi plays on this role. Chalia was also left open, maybe something that he could have looked for instead, especially that he's against a Lulu of this kind, but maybe just not interesting inkling enough. But I think it looks like we're getting that Nico jungle for Infi, but we're getting a Nero Nidalee support.
Yeah. And this will be the third role I think Nero will have played for the team. He has played mid lane. He has played the AD carry while Lotus has been missing for like the last couple of series. And now this is going to be his support debut as well. So let's see. We'll keep an eye on him and how he performs while Kratos is missing. Again, we do think, at least I do, that Nero is quite a talented player. Of course, when we used to watch him previously for Kakao Gaming, I don't think it was his best form for sure. We have been quite heavily critical of him, but since he has joined S8UL, previously AST, previously TOK, I think that has been a player rejuvenated for sure. He has performed. I don't think he's had a bad game for the team so far. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch him as well and see how he performs. And for quite a while now, I don't think we have anything bad to say about this player, because he has been playing so damn well.
Exactly. It looks like with this S8UL Esports roster, he's locked in the kind of teammates that he needs that to rein him back in when he sometimes gets a bit over aggressive, but otherwise doing fantastic. We saw one game, I think only one game after he's come here, that he was allowed to play his Xin Zhao mid, and he completely dominated against that Syndra very early on, picks up a first blood for himself, gets the second blood in that game as well. So he is doing a fantastic job right now. And like you said, this is the third role that we will be seeing him play out in the Legends Ascent tournament, and I can't wait to see how he does on a support role line now. He's pretty much becoming like DC was for the side of Kakao Gaming. That's what Nero is becoming now for the S8UL Esports.
Yeah, for sure. And he is the sixth player, right? And you need your sixth player to be able to play multiple roles, and that's exactly what he is doing for his team. So even if one of these players are not available or missing, I mean, you have a great substitute sitting outside who can come in and do a job and do a fine job at that. It's not like he's getting carried, as you said. The Xin Zhao game gets the solo kills onto the junglers and mid laners, and he's just able to take the game by the scruff of its neck on his own and then carry the game. So this is a top level substitution coming in, and yeah, he has been performing really well. But just looking at the team comps madness, of course, we have seen S8UL draft a lot of champions that we don't get to see from them. Maybe there's a chance for SUVO haters to win a game. I'm not too sure. But based on the drafts, I like what S8UL have gotten for themselves.
And really interesting to see Lotus back on his Vayne. You know, he loves to bring it out. Not many players playing the Vayne, at least right now, in the ADC role in South Asia. And he's one of the guys foremost on it. His kiting is on the next level. He did miss the last two series that S8UL did play. That's where Nero had to fill in for him, and Catbot filled in for him instead once. So, very happy to see him back playing as well over here. And as you said, a bit of, you know, an unusual draft coming in from the side of S8UL Esports, but they have made it work time and time again. They do love playing around with their food sometimes. They just have that much confidence whenever they enter the Rift. I think this might be the best chance for SUVO maybe to take out on a game, because I don't think you're going to get a better chance than this when, you know, S8UL Esports is having fun right now. Because other than that, I don't think you're going to have many avenues, especially against the top dog in the competition. And like a reminder to you guys, SUVO Haters undefeated, S8UL Esports undefeated. S8UL Esports 3 games played, SUVO Haters 2 games played. So it is a lot to be said for these two teams heading in to this matchup over here, and I just can't wait to see who comes on, because SUVO Haters definitely surprised us with the defeat, with their victory against the side of Syndicate, and especially with a pretty good dominant fashion. Yeah, Navoid especially impressed me in the top side, so I'm maybe hoping to see something else like that from him.
Yeah, as you said, like he was the standout player, I think, in that game one. Even in game 2, I would say he did perform to a really high level. So 100%, I think he is one of the players to watch. But so is RTO, right? We have seen the man play against so many top laners, so many great top laners, you name them. And he can afford to go 20-30 CS behind, knowing his team fighting is just a level above the competition. So that's a good matchup. I think that should be the matchup to look at as well. Although I do feel like the mid matchup will be a lot of fun as well, where we see Jodha versus Akshaj. Galio versus Lulu should be a very passive lane, but in the team fights, these champions can come alive. So yeah, I think winning avenue for the side of SUVO Haters has to be somehow get NA Void ahead, and somehow RD, does his thing on the Yorick. As it is his pocket pick, I would like to say. I think he's the only jungler playing that champion in the tournament so far. So if these guys can get ahead and get some sort of lead, I think SUVO Haters have a chance. But if we look at a very even early or mid game, then I'm not a fan of going towards the scaling route against S8UL, and that Smolder first pickup, indicates exactly that for the side of SUVO Haters.
Yeah, like we said, even against the side of Phoenix Ascension for S8UL Esports, Phoenix took such a scaling comp first game, get completely dominated. RTO, when you're talking about how he does against top list, what did he do to Hydra in that matchup was something that has to be recycled about. That he's one of those dominating factors in that top side, and you have to be careful anytime you want to lane, especially also Joda. You have someone like Joda in the mid side, maybe later in the game, not that aggressive, but later on, so crucial for his team, especially now he has the Ari the Charms landing may cause the difference between winning or losing these matchups. But without any further ado, guys, we're going to head straight into the Rift. SUVO haters on the left side, S8UL Esports on the right side. This is game one of the best of three series as all the champions start walking the lane. And you can see that we have a very unusual picks coming out. You see that Nero has, the Nidalee bot side, Cat bot, Lulu mid, Infi jungle, going to be taking a lot of presence for himself. But RD has got his crucial Yorick jungle as well, so that is something to watch out for.
Yeah, and ironically, I do feel like Nico is a good champion into the Yorick because you can just one-shot those goals with your ENQ. So I think that might be a fantastic pickup, regardless of the champ request on what not for the side of S8UL. And come the late game, I think they do have so much. Late game power in them with the Lulu, with the Vayne. I mean, you just drug up that AD carry and she's gonna 1v5 the game pretty easily. And Lotus, especially on that champion, we have seen him played before as well. And Nero as well, can provide the heal and attack speed to the Vayne. So they do have a lot of late game avenue as well, although it might look like the draft is everywhere, but it's still quite a smart draft, honestly, coming out from the side of S8UL.
Even when they're fooling around and having fun with it, they still think about the big picture later on. Essentially, what you can see in this draft. Now, Void against RTO, the Q3 hitting does quite a bit of damage. Nero walks up pretty far, takes a lot of damage on the way back, but Nero's just not backing up. He really wants to go for these trades. He's just allowing Lotus to farm for himself. But Lotus now comes into action, tumbles forwards, hits two autos off onto the Smolder. Now Smolder has to be a bit careful, and Nero is zoning pretty well for his team.
Yeah, and I would have liked to see Joda go for Doran's shield and go for a slightly defensive buy here, because you're gonna see he's gonna struggle to take a lot of CS here. I think Catbot just took a turret shot for his troubles right there, so he's fallen quite low as well. Maybe a chance for Joda to go in and maybe try to get a solo kill if he wants to at level 3. Still poking really well. One more minion, he's gonna get the level 3. So let's see if he decides to go for that. Meanwhile, Nico clearing her Raptors, done that already. Now gonna start his red buff. So you can see already the paces with the Nico. Almost a camp ahead as Nero takes a lot of damage actually from one above on and lean before missing out on the spear as Itachi 1-2-1-2 goes in for a trade. Quite an equal trade. But you can't fight against the Lulu right now because she does have the ignite for herself. Unless you have W up, then maybe it's something that you can try as RTO trading really well against NA Void right now.
Yeah, Navoid and RD are trading quite a bit, but Infi's made his way all the way to RD. Look at, yes, that clear speed. He's so far ahead that he catches RD trying to do his own blue buff, and Catbot is close by while these two are juggling and fighting against each other. It's smited away by RD. Now Infi might be looking like the guy getting caught out. He flashes forward. RD is following up. He's not getting deceived by the clone. Catbot going for his own kill onto the side, onto the galley. He picks that up. That's going to be the first blood for S8UL Esports, but RD still catches out on Infi. So 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for mid laner in this event.
Yeah, jungler for mid laner as we see another fight coming out in the bottom lane. The heal gets burned from the side of Nero. Flash comes in for Lotus as he's going to finish the Milio of one above all. Has the barrier, has the flash. He might be able to trade a kill here, but no. Nidalee comes in and picks that up, and that's going to be a 2-for-0 and Feats of Warfare secured for the side of S8UL, who have come out really strong yet again as RD looks for any sort of camps that could be available for him to farm towards the top side of the enemy jungle, but nothing doing on that front right as Infi has turned into a crab actually to pick up the crab, and a gang towards the top side. RTO has to burn his flash to get out of there. In a very sticky situation, manages to survive. And yeah, action all around, but S8UL with some sort of goal lead now, almost 1,000 for themselves, doing really well yet again in the early game.
Yeah, and S8UL, SUVO were very close to trading the kill on the bot side with maybe Smolder 1 auto off, but the impact damage that Nero brings when he gets close to you is a lot. He just maws you pretty much to it. RTO chose to stay over here because he has a wave coming. He does have the TP available. He could have maybe TP'd in instead. Now is choosing to back on the other side. He knows that Navoid can end up going for the dive, so he has to be a bit careful. Will channel his TP very immediately as soon as the pace occurs. You can see junglers a bit on the opposite sides of the map. RT on the bot side trying to get any farms that he can. Infi still on the top. RTO very smartly coming back with the executioner call to cut down on the healing that the Aatrox will be dealing and dishing against him. One above all and Lean have to keep distance and poke from afar before they can go for even trace, because as you said, Nero can speed up the Vayne, Nero can heal up the Vayne. He can do a lot to accelerate his Vayne in this lane, especially now that Vayne has the Vampire Etc. She doesn't mind going for trade and just healing up off minions instead, because this is just how the lane is looking. But talking about in terms of CS, Catbot 10 CS up onto Itachi right now. Infi quite a far ahead in terms of camps. Top side CS still looking pretty even. Other than that, the Dark Seal picked up by Infi.
Yeah, and even affair so far in all the lanes, honestly, except for the mid lane, but I think that's sort of expected. Infi as well, being 2 camps ahead as NA Void, takes a very heavy trade actually onto RTO, chunking him down to less than half HP as the spear is going to connect onto Lean, and I think the Dragon is going to get started from the side of Black Infinity as Itachi 1-2-1-2 looks for a trade, is going to burn a lot of HP from the side of Catbot, who has his ultimate up should he get into any sort of trouble. And in the bot side, you can see some sort of lead developing for Lotus right there, getting a lot of priority to secure the Dragon for his team. And yeah, so early game going in favor of S8UL when it comes to the objectives and kill score and the CS as well, honestly, in 2 out of 3 lanes. And if you don't count the jungle, then that as well. As Itachi still getting the better of Catbot, goes in for the flash. He's going to end up dying here. Flash taunt does not catch out Catbot lurking, as any Void has to flash away, uses the ethereal chains to keep the Renekton at his own place.
And you can see that the side of Ardi is walking up to the top side. He's going to be going overboard very soon, but I think the timing of Itachi was just a bit off trying to go for it. I don't even think if the support came in to help him, it would have made much difference, because Catbot anyway was securing, given that Itachi ended up taking an extra turret shot at the time. Lean being poked down underneath his turret. It looks like a 3-man dive is going to be initiated. Turret shot for Nero. Lean ends up going down. Clean trades of aggro. Lotus slowed down pretty low here underneath turret. Smolder ends up picking the kill. The Galio is going to come in with the hero's entrance. He's going to lock in Infi, but no, the dash from Galio didn't go to that side, so no, unfortunately Infi still gets out. Don't like exactly how S8 will like to play that. Nero jumps in, burns the barrier from one above all, eats 2 turret shots for his problem, but that's going to be a good trade that he doesn't mind. The spear narrowly missing. The mother coming in for the side of the Smolder, but over here Catbot getting caught by RD inside the cage, but here comes the big crocodile. Here comes RTO. He's just not enough in time to save his mid laner. That's going to be RD picking up the kill on Catbot, RTO getting the trade, and now RTO might be getting caught himself. He doesn't have flash. Navoid is going to be coming in. Leans here for backup as well. It's about who ends up picking up the kill. It's going to be Navoid in the top side, so that's going to be his first kill of the game. Lotus barely missing out on a kill onto one above all as the little dragon flies away.
Yeah, the croc there barely, getting the assist there, but is going to fall as well, as another pick coming in for Catbot as well. And towards the bot side, Infi barely surviving that dive right there and managing to get out somehow, but the huge shutdown bounty goes over to the Smolder. And yeah, that was sort of a handover of gold that this Smolder did want for himself, as Lotus condemns the Milio onto the wall. Trades there, but not a big trade coming in, as Infi is going to grab one of these void grubs, may be able to pick up another, as Lotus has to go back since his support is towards the top side of the map. Actually, he's going to look for a trade right here. 2 auto attacks. The third one did not come in just yet. And then not a lot of action going on. I think S8UL is just putting their hands on any objective and securing it for themselves, as RTO is looking for some sort of trade here. Actually uses his second E, the dice, and might be able to get the kill here. Has his Q up, uses the flash, barely is going to kill the Aatrox, but RD is here, and I think he's going to trade that kill unless the slice and dice comes up for the Renekton. Never mind, that's not going to happen now.
It does not come in, but RTO played pretty well. Now Void almost gets out given the RD's coming, but the flash forward by Infi, the ultimate doesn't lock into anyone. Lean instantly flashes away from it. It was a good play, but flash now burned from Milio, burned from Infi, but they're still looking to put pressure on this bot side. Lotus a little bit on the low HP mark, low on mana as well. Nero trying to healing up one by one. The spear's just not landing how you want. Lotus has to be a bit careful how he fight. The mother comes in. Lotus flashes away from the ultimate of the Smolder. Nero jumps in. One more auto secures the kill. One of all now gets surprised from the Galio coming in from the heavens. Nero has to be the one running away. And that's going to be a dead Lotus after burning his flash. And the Galio saving the life as well as Milio healing up one above all. He just about survives in this fight. Nero still looking for that spear that could connect onto the Smolder. He's going to chunk it, and Itachi very smartly is looking to block it. Catbot come over on this side of the wall. Nero's going to jump onto Lean in this matchup. The ultimate pop by Catbot onto Nero. The spear this time just connects onto Itachi. He's doing a good job blocking it for his more squishier counterparts, teammates over here. And now Catbot just clearing the wave. RD going to town in the mid side, but Lotus is here to pick it up. Lotus is looking for chase, but no, understands he cannot. Itachi pretty low on HP right now. If another spear does connect, could spell detriment for him. Catbot is still running around. The taunt lands, but only onto Infinite. Nero ends up getting the kill onto the Milio. It's going to be Catbot actually who secures that for himself, but Galio gets a counter kill onto onto Nero in this case. One above all is going to be fighting against Catbot. Catbot, you have to be a bit careful over there. One more auto and you would have ended up dying. And it's going to be him burning his flash to create the raise on the top side. Now Void catching out onto RTO. The last auto is from the side of the top lane of SUVO haters, and he gets a bit of his own revenge against the big crocodile.
Yeah, a botched dive towards the bot map that somehow ends up working for the side of S8UL. Infi missing crucial snares right there, so they are able to still get 2 kills, but trade one back is SUVO haters. And then towards the top side of the map, a solo kill coming in for the side of Void. So we have been talking about this top laner, and he's showing us why he has been the talk of the town when it comes to SVH, as Lotus is going to find himself between the Maiden, the Yorick, Galio, and 4 walls there to confine him, and he's going to end up going down as well. And look at the goal, right? 13 minutes in. I don't think we expected SUVO haters to stand toe-to-toe against S8UL, but that's exactly what's happening right now, as the Dragon is going to get started and maybe picked up from the side of SVH. Infi not around the area yet, as the flash taunt comes in. Infi has the ultimate should he decide to use it, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Actually does a 3-man knock-up going to come in, but they don't have enough damage right now without the Vayne, who's finally come into the fight, picks up his first kill of the fight, going to be the second onto the Milio, and RD does not have flash, and he might be in trouble as well, as Catbot is running for his life. RTO's here as well. A flash Q comes in from the side of Void. RD is able to pick up the kill onto the Lulu and shut him down as well. So all in all, a good team fight for the side of SUVO haters as they pick up the Dragon as well.
Yeah, that's a 3-for-2 in their exchange. Plus, they pick up the Drake. They are up in kills. And like you're saying, going toe-to-toe with S8UL Esports right now. Goal pretty equal. Now Void going in again on RD. RD channels his ultimate. Galio is coming in from the heavens in close why we were British enough damage. Unfortunately, not. Lean gets condemned back. He gets caught out. One above all can't do anything for his support, but RD is around the corner. He's going to be walking in. The TP is coming in from the Galio as well. Lotus channels his ultimate. He's trying to tumble his way to victory, but the taunt lands from Itachi. One above all going on a rampage on this Smolder, and Lotus dying for the 4th time this game.
Yeah, look at RD's score as well, 5-1-4 on the Yorick right now. I think S8UL should have banned that champion, as it currently looks like it is taking over the Rift right now. The Smolder as well finds himself in a very good situation, as the ultimate is going to come towards the top side of the map, and Enfi might be able to get a kill onto NA Void, who is going to use his Q3 but ends up dying. Has first item hubris for himself. I don't think I have seen that too much from or at least in a competitive game from an Aatrox, but that's his choice of items there as well. And yeah, look at the kills, man. 15 minutes, 27 kills, 14 for SVH, 13 for S8UL. The goal lead minimal for the side of SVH, as Itachi 1-2-1-2 is going to look in for a trade. Let's see if Catbot can survive. Has the ultimate up, is baiting Itachi 1-2-1-2 right here, and is going to be quite successful at it, as the Galio ends up going down. I think that should have been expected for the side of Itachi right there, and RD just going to push in to kill RTO. Misses his E, unfortunately. That could have slowed the Alligator and maybe found a kill onto him, but nevertheless he's going to burn the flash of that Renekton. And yeah, RD just having a really good game against S8UL right now.
Yeah, I don't know what Itachi was thinking, because he knows Lulu's ultimate is still up. Nice condemn against the wall by Lotus. He's going in, the mother gets called, but Smolder is just locked up in place for just too long to do anything. The turret's going to end up going down. Lean is the one who has to run away. Infi's coming in, the stun misses. Nero comes in with a slow, but the flash forward by Infi, matched by the flash by Lean, just to keep himself alive. The Lotus, that was a good condemn by Lotus of the Smolder against the tower. He just locks him in place in a good spot that a lot of people can do damage without taking too many turret shots as well. But yeah, talking about more about the mid type, I don't want Itachi diving like that against Catbot. I don't think it's that necessary over there, especially when Catbot still had Ignite, especially when he still had his ultimate. But RD, 5-1-4, very big in on this Yorick right now, is looking very strong, and this is the reason a lot of people have been banning this against him. Catbot with the Lulu 5-2-3 of his own. One above all, just going to cancel the recall of Lotus in that push. TP from Navoid from the mid lane to the top side to pick up the CS over there. Drake, talking about Drake, Drake's going to be alive in around 30 seconds time. Infi, nice stun lands onto RD. So does the spear from Nero, but he's too strong for them to even 2v1, and especially since a lot of the members of SUVO haters are just not visible on the map. They don't know where they can be. Navoid against RTO top side. They're going head to head yet, but Navoid last time did win out in this kind of matchups. He doesn't mind battling out. His hubris will, like you said, Kaka, I've not seen it that much, but it's up to him to see what works and what doesn't, and he has made it work. He has got that solo kill as well.
Yes, for now, making it work, as RTO still has more than half the Fury stacked up, so he can look in for a trade onto Void pretty soon, as Vayne is there to answer the Galio in the mid lane. Yeah, the game has stalled down a bit, but the Dragon is coming up. But for now, it looks like the priority is with S8UL, as the taunt is going to come in, but the Justice Punch is going to miss. Lotus burns his ultimate as well, so I think Itachi should be a bit okay with that trade, although he did have to burn his flash. But if the Dragon gets picked up from the side of S8UL, then I think it was a big mistake, as one above all taking a lot of damage, uses Mom to come down. Catbot going to use his ultimate and might be able to get the solo kill onto, well, not a solo kill, but a kill onto the Smolder right there. Both of them, well, Catbot actually burning his flash to secure that pickup. Oh, in
He
the
did
top
burn his
lane.
flash in the void. Burns his own flash. Renegades flash wasn't up. Maybe the counter times weren't there for the summoners. And avoid just erring on the side of caution. Flashes away. But yeah, bot side. Catbot follows up in the kill. One above all. Struggling even though with that 4-3 kill lead. Lotus gets locked up into place. Lean is close by. But you have Nero who's going to be giving you the heals, giving you the movement speed as well. As well as attack speed. RD flash forward onto RT. RT, remember, still does not have his flash. He's going to get locked up into the cage here. RD battling with the Conqueror fully stacked up. This is pretty much looking like crocodile meat for the side of the jungle of SUVO. That's exactly what it's going to be. RD goes on a rampage over here. In comes Itachi, gets a 2-man taunt, but he has to run away for the hills. The third's going to go down, so they can't be next to the tier 1 as well. Lotus still trying to go forward. Nero, spear barely missing onto Lean. Top side, Herald has been called. Both the top members of SUVO haters, the Navoid and RD, are pushing towards that tier 2. Atakan spawning in 5 seconds time.
Yeah, I think that T2 is long gone. And I think S8UL smartly enough just chucking the top lane completely for now and focusing their attention onto the Atakan. I think that should be the pickup for them coming in. Even if they lose the inhibitor, which is I don't think that's going to happen, it would still be a good trade as you can get that free farm. But Infi, Lotus and Nero securing the Atakan right now, buffing themselves a bit too much right there. One above all gets the shield from the milieu, so he's not going to take a lot of damage. But Itachi 1-2-1-2 is really struggling in this game to find a place for him. Only the 100 CS in 20 minutes. Not looking like a good game for him as of now.
It is not exactly like you said, especially against catbots. Oh, but hold this. RTO is going to get caught out. There are 4 members on him. There is no way RTO can go. Good placement from Shoewaiters. They do get onto him. RD goes unstoppable. Atakan in the meantime had been picked up by S8UL Esports. So they have 2 Drakes, 2 Grubs, and 1 Atakan for themselves to the tune of 2 towers each for both teams here. Nero walking up forward, maybe looking to put a ward. That's exactly what he does for himself. You can see Lean is going to be moving also moving forward. One above all is just left alone farm bot side. He really wants to get his stacks up, maybe get to the execution stage before the next 2 or 3 fights, because right now SUVO are still standing pretty good against S8UL Esports. 16 kills to 16 kills, 1k gold in favor of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, 16 to 16. I think we have a very even matchup coming in. Make that 17 to 16 now for the side of S8UL. Maybe 18 right there. NA Void does not have the flash, uses his ultimate to get out. Lotus does have the flash if he decides to burn it to kill Void right there, but is not going to do so. The whole of the jungle is going to be picked up from the side of Black Infinity as well towards the top side of the map. And the later this game goes, I think SVH will get strong, but so will S8UL, especially with the Vayne and Lulu combination coming in. The Vayne as well as, the Nidalee as well we talked about can always buff up the Vayne, and her attack speed has a lot of healing as well. So I think it's going to be quite an even game, but for now it looks like RTO is struggling quite hard in this game to find his footing. As Nero decides to cougar jump inside, Mom comes out. TP is getting burned from both the solo laners from the side of SVH, as Joda is going to pop up from behind, gets a massive taunt onto the Nidalee of all the people. 3-man ultimate coming in from the side of Infi. The Galley ultimate comes in as well. He is barely surviving. A double kill for RTO. We talked about how he is a really good team fight champion and a player, and that is going to be the team fight victory for the side of S8UL. A 3-for-1, only losing the Nico, and now might be able to pick up the tier 2 turret in the mid lane as well as the dragon that's going to come up in a minute's time.
And that's exactly what they are putting the pressure for. Smoller's trying to clear the wave. He knows he can't actually do anything. He's just trying to dodge the spears from Nero. Drake gonna be coming up as well, like you said. And S8UL finally have broken a bit of the deadlock, have got a good gold advantage also right now, around 4k in their favor here. 20 kills to the 17 of SUVO haters, 4 turrets to the 2 of SUVO haters, and now it seems that they are in a comfortable position. Once, if Lotus can't be touched in these fights, it's going to be very hard. And like you said, even though RTO struggled a bit earlier on, team fights is where this man shines completely. He comes in as man you can rely on and goes for it. Drake coming up, 10 seconds on the clock. Who will be making the move for it first?
I mean, we can already see S8UL lurking around there. Akshaj already sitting pretty in that river with the Lulu, has the ultimate, has all the summoner spells up as well. Enfi also has his ultimate up for another team fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, the big ultimate's missing for the side of RD. And Itachi 1-2-1-2. So I wouldn't advise them to try and fight this, but it is Soul Point. Not sure if they can go down without giving a fight for this one. As we might see an engage starting up really soon, and this is where SVH might struggle. They don't really have any sort of hard engage for themselves to get into the pit, as Infi is able to secure that. 225 stacks actually have come in for the Smolder now. The Ulu ult gets burned. Infi going to use his ultimate to lock down the Aatrox, who ends up dying first. RD is going to follow. One above all is dead as well. That's a triple kill for the Vayne right now. A double kill, make it a triple now, and that's going to be a quadra for the Vayne. One kill picked up by RTU, and that is an ace for the side of S8UL, only losing the Lulu in what looked like might be a bad fight for them. But when you have so many shields and heals for the Vayne, she's going to do her job, and that's exactly what Lotus does on that champion.
Yeah, and no one is actually targeting him. Like, they're targeting everybody else. SUVO is targeting every single other member except the Vayne, just because how slippery she is. You can see it in the incident while Baron is being taken away. Drake gets taken down by Infi. It looks like RTO gets called out. The Void with a good flank from this side. Double knockup, but look at where Lotus is. Lotus is not touched. Infi gets one with his ultimate, but nobody is going towards Lotus. They try to go on the more tankier members of Esports, and Lotus, with a nice movement, with a nice cleanup, comes in, picks up a quadra for himself with his return back to the series, and it's looking like S8UL Esports firmly have it bit in the bag, even though it looked shaky earlier on. Now, with 25 kills to the 18, with Baron locked up with a 6k gold lead on Mountain Soul Point, it is looking pretty inevitable that S8UL Esports are the ones looking to take away game 1 in this best of 3 series. And you can see arm guards now also available for Nico. Next time the fight does break out, can go gold, especially in a big fight. We're not seeing the multiple Infi ultimates that we do want. We saw it earlier on in the game, but he got 3 members, but there was no backup from the rest of his team. Nobody actually could convert it into anything. But over here, Itachi RD going in onto Lotus. They realize the Vayne is the one with trouble, but Lotus's ult is back up. Before they can even walk up to him, he's chunked everybody's down, and he is still hammering away. A double kill for the Angels. Lotus, a double kill for the ADC of S8UL Esports. And now, with Baron Bird minions walking it to the tier 3 bot side, one above all looking to defend, but what can this little dragon do so much? The Void gonna lock up Lotus in this place, but one above all looks to be following suit. It's gonna be Catbot ending up picking up this kill. This Vayne is 13, 4, and 7 right now. A monster. Has the Blade of the Ruined King, has the Ginsu's Rage Blade, has the Terminus as well, and one by one, members of people are falling. Everybody, it's complete chaos for the side of SUVO haters. They don't know what they can do. Only Lean standing up for him. Pretty much fountain diving at this point. The cage comes in. Now another triple man ultimate from Infi locks everybody up. Galio comes in with his ultimate, but it's a little bit too late. Milio flashing forward, don't know, maybe just gave up at this point. Mental boom for himself. Lotus diving into the turret, into the fountain, picks up the ace for himself. Milio gets the shutdown, but that's all she wrote, at least for game 1. S8UL Esports taking this best of 3 game 1 against SUVO haters in pretty dominating fashion towards the ending part. It was neck and neck pretty early on at near the 12 kills each part, but after Lotus started to accelerate, after Lotus was not being focused at all in team fights, it was breaking down. SUVO haters did get a couple of good, nice isolated picks here and there, but could not manifest it into anything. The Void with the Aatrox did good top side, a bit lacking from Joda on the Galio mid side, but it just looked like S8UL Esports, even with the comp that looked a bit wonky, still works out because the strings are still attached. You're getting so many shieldings for Lotus that it's pretty much impossible to take him down in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you drug up the win and you reap the rewards, and that's exactly what has happened in this game, right? The Nico there to engage the fights, as we see another team fight coming in. 3-man knockup coming in from Infi, uses the Seeker's Arm Guard. goes invulnerable. He's going to survive that. Lotus picking up another kill. That's going to be his 15th kill of the game, and that is going to be game 1 for the side of S8UL. In what looked like a very close affair in the early game, honestly, 13, 16 kills to 16 and whatnot, has turned out to be a victory for the side of S8UL. Off the back of one winning, dragon fight right there, they pick up the Baron as well, and then it's just a snowball into victory for the side of S8UL. So they will go 1-0, and finally, SUVO haters have lost a game in this tournament. And let's see if they are going to come back and win one more S8UL, or if we are going to get all 3 games.
It is, but I think SUVO haters showed such a good, standing in the early parts of the game, going toe to toe with a behemoth like S8UL Esports. So pretty much the best team right now currently in South Asia, and this is a team that did pretty good. I think Joda was a bit lacking on the Galio pick. Did have a good times where he was coming in for the fights with the hero's entrance, but other than that, a bit not going his way. One above all gets focused on quite a bit earlier on in team fights, not going for him either. Avoid a bit of a shining luck as well as RD in the jungle with that Yorick. It looked like it was going to be a bit bad decision from S8UL Esports not banning the Yorick, but they still make it work out. So at least in terms of paper, over here in terms of stats, 33 kills for S8UL Esports to the 19 of SUVO. It is a 27-minute and 49-second game. The goal difference at the end, 12k in favor of S8UL. 3 Drakes to the 1 of SUVO. They didn't even wait for Mountain Soul. They just ended it before that. But otherwise, objective-wise, they did do fairly well for SVH. They picked up the Rift Herald. They picked up one of the Grubs. And they still had a pretty good showing early game. It's just after one of the fights when the Quadra kill came in for Lotus, it seemed like SUVO haters just didn't have any answers for the side of S8UL.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think they did, especially with the shields and heals and whatnot. As we look at the MVP of this game 1, a Quadra kill coming in a very pivotal team fight for the side of S8UL Lotus. 16.5 and 8 KDA. More than 1500 damage, 1670 damage per minute, 7.7 CS, 15,500 gold. So this was the guy who had to carry this game, and that's exactly what he's done.
Exactly. He had to carry the game. He was going to be the main source of damage. And with the Lulu coming up, with the Nidalee coming up by his side, he doesn't get any, prior from the side of SUVO haters. In these team fights, he's just kiting and bobbing and weaving his way through them, getting the picks for himself, picks it up, and he did phenomenally. Especially after, 2 series not playing, coming back and putting it in an MVP-like performance. There's a reason why he is the main ADC for the side of S8UL Esports, and that's the reason why you can see they're such a dominating team. Because even with Nero support, they did fantastically in the bot side, right? With the Nidalee pick, you ended up picking the 2 kills for yourself. You ended up picking the feats of war for yourself. So I think Nero's debut as a support went pretty well at the end of the day. But before we head into game 2 to continue the action, we'll take a very short break.
Welcome back, guys, to Legends Ascent South Asia. We are in between the best of five between S8UL Esports, and SUVO Haters, where S8UL currently lead 1-0 on the back of a super performance coming out from their AD carry Lotus, going 17-2. I think it was on the wane. That was quite a fun draft coming out from S8UL, and they still made it work. They still made it look easy, but I have to give props to SVH as well, and RD on the Yorick, doing a lot of work for his team, and they did survive longer than a lot of these teams have against S8UL.
Exactly. They put up a very good fight, especially early on and towards the mid-game part. It was only later on when Lotus gets accelerated, they let him get to the point. Smolder wasn't being that much of a factor. You had so many good bodyguards for the Vayne that unfortunately you can't touch that ADC in these team fights, and Lotus doing things that Lotus can do, carries it away, kites his way to victory pretty much. And yeah, it did look like a bit more of a for-fun draft for the side of S8UL Esports, but like you said, made it work completely for their side, made it good with it. Now S8UL Esports will be on the blue side, SUVO Haters on the red, and let's see what they can answer back, because already they've lost two of their favorite picks, being that Aatrox, being that RD Yorick jungle, and even that could not come up to match against S8UL Esports in game 1. So let's see what these guys can bring out against for us here in draft 2.
Yeah, 100%. Losing out your main champions and then still losing, I think that hurts any team. But against S8UL, I think it is allowed if you lose this series or even games. As we go into the game 2 draft phase, Silas first is going to get banned right there. That does sort of indicate that some sort of malfight shenanigans might come in. Not too sure about that. The Karthus, again, Infinity not going to be able to play that champion in this series, it looks like.
It does look like it. Most teams do ban this against him. But following up, S8UL Esports banning out the Pantheon for RD, I think they really are watching it, because they have maybe a lot of players in SUVO's team who do actually end up playing this Pantheon. So it's just not just targeted RD. It can be pretty much going anywhere around Pantheon. Such a flexible champion. I don't mind that whatsoever from their side. SUVO Haters now ticking down the clock, thinking about their bans. Let's see if they alter anything from the first game of banning. No, it's still be that Diana ban from their side. Now S8UL Esports taking away on the clock, thinking about what they want to do. I really liked Near's performance, but it was on a Nidalee. So let's see what kind of supports this man will be picking up over here. We've already seen Lotus is Vayne, and with this, with S8UL Esports, you just never know what they're going to bring out at what time.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see a real support pickup coming in from the side of Nero anyway. The Nidalee was pretty well played though, 1, 2, and 24 on that champion. So he had a lot of kill participation, along with the, not dying too much. I think that should be every support's dream, as the Braum gets banned from the side of S8UL. The Seraphine going to follow from the side of SUVO Haters. And now we are here at the first pick of this game number 2, and let's see what it's going to be. And it looks like the Jarvan might come in, the Ivern Civ. Okay, I'll just wait for them to lock in their champion at this point instead of just shouting the name. The Zinzhao actually gets locked in. Again, Nero plays it, could go towards that bot side, could go towards the jungle as well for Envy. We will have to see, but a flexible pickup coming in for the side of S8UL Esports.
And you can't say that about most teams. When they first pick Zinzhao, we usually think it's going to the jungle. But with the kind of players S8UL Esports have who are currently playing here, it's going to be flexible. It's going to be the Yasuo getting locked in. I'm pretty sure that's going in the hands of Navoid in the top, or if Navoid's going to roll switch with Itachi and go mid instead, because I'm pretty sure nobody else on the side of SUVO Haters will be picking this if Navoid has any say, because Navoid really, really loves the champion. I think he loves it even more than Aatrox. So that is something you're going to have to keep your eye on. Maybe a role swap coming in for the members. But what will SUVO Haters pick up for their second pick? It's going to be RD on the Wukong this time. He did impress us on the Yorick. Let's see if he can impress us yet again on the Monkey King.
Yeah, a lot of knockups coming in to set up the Yasuo beautifully for the team fights already between the Wukong and the Yasuo. And we do expect the Yasuo to go towards the top side of the map against RTO and NA Void piloting that champion as the Twitch actually gets logged in. Haven't seen too much of Twitch previously, but Lotus can play these sort of hyper AD carries. We just saw game one where the Vayne was played and phenomenally as well from him. So the Twitch makes a lot of sense. Of course, you do hate to play against a Yasuo who can just bring up the wind wall, and the rat-tat-tat can be blocked through that, as the Casio actually comes in as well for the side of S8UL Esports. Not sure where that is going to go. Could be mid lane, could be top lane, could be bottom lane. We are not too sure about it. But a heavy poisonous comp for the side of S8UL. I might even say toxic for the side of S8UL so far.
Yes, exactly. A bit of a toxic comp coming in for them, and just given how they are as players, you honestly don't know where many things are going. But it's going to be the Blitz going to be locked in for lead. We already saw one MVP-like performance of Blitzcrank today in the hands of Bob of Revenants. Let's see if we get a repeat, and let's see how many hooks Lean managed to hit, because Bob was legit landing everything. I think we had to check his PC at one point, just how well that man was playing that champion. But now, second phase of banning has opened up over here. SUVO haters gonna take it down, gonna think about it, and they're going to ban out the Mordekaiser for RTO in the top side. Let's see what S8UL Esports want to answer back with him. We already have pretty good knockups coming in for Yasuo, especially with that Wukong over there, especially with Blitz gonna be able to knock up. So these are things that come in, and especially the wind wall, like you're talking, wind wall does so good against the Twitch. But Silas ban, but also a Malphite ban. So Malphite wasn't in the picture, I think so, for them at least, given how the comp is looking. And it's because SUVO haters have the first pick when they're going back in to the picking phase over here.
Yeah, they might still think that it is Yasuo top lane, right? So that ban makes a lot of sense, and so does the Mordekaiser and Set. I think both of those champions can win lane against the Yasuo. The Aatrox is out, the Renekton is out, but what is up is the Volley Bear. If S8UL do decide to pick that up, the Yone gets banned again. I don't think S8UL has an idea that the Yasuo could be going towards that top side of the map, which is kind of surprising to me. But having said that, I do believe the Volley Bear can do a lot of damage as well. And we have seen RTO play that champion against Hydra, and it was not a good watch.
It was definitely not a good watch, but one above all will be locking in the Draven for himself over here. So you can see that one above all, pretty good champion pool, but not playing more of the standard ones. He picked up the Smolder early over there, didn't work out for them. He's picked up the Draven here. Let's see if he can dish out quite a bit of damage against the Twitch. Maybe a bit of hard time, especially with the range of the ultimate from Twitch. But now looking like a Gnar blind pick coming in from RTO. They're taking it down to the last second, and they will be locking that in now to see if this Jinja was the support or is it going anywhere else, because it's up to the last pick that will define everything. It's gonna answer everything for us that it's pretty much a Zinjao support for RTO, given that junglers are being hovered right now. Could be mid lane, but then are we sending Catbot on Cassiopeia as the support?
Yes, yeah, I think that's exactly what they're gonna do. That looks like the plan, as the Gnar and Viego get locked in. So, well, at least they have one player who is going to play, one of those champions that he can carry with. And we have seen Infi play the Viego before, and he did carry one of those games. I don't know if you remember it, single-handedly with the Viego. So he's going to be very happy with that, as the Rumble gets locked in. Of course, SUVO haters were lacking some sort of AP damage, and that is going to come in from the side of Rumble. So the comps have been logged in, and they are sort of everywhere at this point for both S8UL and SUVO haters. And now we are just awaiting to see where these champions end up going. I think Nero playing the Zinja was never in doubt. And I do think actually he might prefer to play against the Yasuo in the mid lane / top lane, wherever the Yasuo goes, because it does look like it's a good matchup for the Xinjiao.
It does, but I don't think S8UL Esports even is contemplating doing good matches. They're just doing whatever they want at this point. They're just having fun with it, like they did in game one with their draft, how it was looking like that. They still, even now, draft looks pretty strong. The Xinjiao can't just jump on the Draven, but you have a lot that can peel for him, like with the Blitzcrank, with the Draven, axes being thrown out that push you aside. Itachi on the top. I think this is the top rumble coming in for Itachi. We only saw him play top lane once for this team. That's exactly when Navoid played Yasuo in the best of 3 series in best of 5 series in qualifier 2. So now Navoid, maybe a chance of redemption, because he did play a pretty mean Yasuo, but he just got over aggro and he just kept on tower diving like twice and gave up the kind of lead he built up. So these are kind of talking points from Navoid, at least if he ranges himself, because we already know what caliber of a player he is mechanically and how he is doing so well in his solo lane.
Yeah, I think that's every Yasuo player for you, honestly. Overstepping your boundaries and ending up dying. Even the good ones can do that sometimes. So we'll have to wait and watch how NA Void decides to play this one out. But I am a bit concerned for him in this matchup in the mid lane, especially if the Xinjiao ends up going mid against the Yasuo. I'm pretty sure he's going to run the Hail of Blades and Ignite as well. Nero, no stranger to playing these sort of matchups in the mid lane, especially with the Xinjiao being handed up to him. That's one of his main champions, if not his main champion. So, in a Void, I don't think he's going to have as good of a time. But towards the top side of the map, a good matchup for the Nar. Of course, RTO, showing us a new champion that he's going to play. I don't think we have seen him play the Nar before. This looks like a good series to try it out for the side of S8UL and trust RTO with something other than the 5-6 champions that he has for himself. And if he does perform on the Nar, then I think he should be confident enough to pick it against anyone.
Yeah, it's pretty much just adding another champion to a bit of limited champion pool, and that's all you want to do, especially with Fearless Draft here as a mainstay. You have to keep on increasing your champion pool time and time again, and I think that's what helps the SUVO hater side, that they can also do their lane swap or their role swap, with Itachi now going in the Rumble. Last time we saw a Rumble on the Rift was yesterday, and unfortunately that Rumble kept on missing a lot of his ultimate, so I'm going to be looking at Itachi for hitting a lot of these ultimate abilities for himself. I want to see how Navoid performs. I want to see a good combo with the Wukong as well, because unless that Wombo combo comes in, it looks a bit dire, because you have Lotus on a hyper-scaling champion as the Twitch. If the wind wall is down from the Yasuo, he's going to wreak havoc in these team fights. Lean on the Blitzcrank. Let's see how many pulls he actually does manage to pull up, especially against, still think it's going to be Nero in the bot. So we're just going to have to see once we head into the Rift where exactly these players are going to actually end up in front of us.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are still confused as to who goes where, as you rightly said. So, if the Blitzcrank is half of what Bob showed us, I think it's going to be a long game for S8UL. Because the Blitzcrank can turn the tides around, and he has a lot of targets as well, except for maybe the Xinjiao, that if you hook him in, he can just use his ultimate and throw you further away. So I think that's not the ideal target. But except for him, even the Nar, if he's not mega, can be burned down, can be one-shotted. So a good game to play Blitzcrank, and especially with the Draven coming in, you do expect them to fight a lot towards that bot side of the map, and the Draven will have to cash in whenever he can, because if he doesn't, again, they will get outscaled pretty hard from the opposite side.
Yes, the scaling was going to be looking a bit hard against them. It's about how you want to go. Remember, guys, this is a best of 3 series. It is 1-0 in favor of S8UL Esports in this matchup right now. They are leading. They had a bit of a forgotten draft. Game 1 still came out on top, but SUVO haters, like we said, put up a good standing against them in that game as well. So this is a team that S8UL have to take slightly seriously as well, because SUVO haters are, like I said before, once even beating Syndicate, the dark horse pretty much in this tournament, pretty much unknown until the tournament started out in terms of playing as a team in tournaments. They just come together in qualifier 2, made it through as the second place, I believe, in that tournament, and only falling down to Revenants in the finals. So it is something you have to be aware that they are good players. They have good timings for themselves, and I want to see how RD matches up now. Not on the champion that he likes to play, the Yorick. Not even going to be the Jax jungle that he's been trying out. He's going to be going back to the standard Wukong jungle, and let's see if he can add as much pressure as he did in the previous game.
Yeah, a bit out of comfort for him, I think. And now Infi is playing the champion that he's pretty well known for, and not the Nico jungle. So maybe RD feels the pressure in this game. We'll have to wait and watch, as we are going to jump into the game very soon, I'm sure. But having said that, for the mid lane matchup, I think that's going to be a struggle as well. If Void decides to go for that, mid lane game play, as you said that he has done it before as well. And I think SVH is sort of an unknown team so far. They have won 2 games. I do think losing against S8UL is not the worst thing that can happen to you, because a lot of these teams are going to go through the same fate. But once they start facing the other teams, the Cacaos, the Revenants, maybe PNX as well, if they can show up on their day, is when we are going to know if SVH is for real or if it was just a lucky start for them. But we will find out eventually. That's they're still the unknown for sure.
And with that, guys, we're going to take a short break before we head into the Rift.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gonna drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm moving in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the legend, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We went until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind. Ride on the way to the top. 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 I did it. On grind. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. Gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Welcome back, guys. We are back in Legends Ascent South Asia between the game between S8UL and SVH, where S8UL does lead 1-0 currently. The game 2 draft has been completed. We will be jumping back into the game very shortly as one of the players has connected back. That was the issue that we were having. And based off the draft madness, let's just talk about it a little bit, I guess. Who do you favor in this one coming in? Of course, again, sort of for fun draft coming out from the side of S8UL, but can you really just go against them even if they might have lost the draft?
I don't think you can go against them just because of that. But I always like that underdog story. That's why I'm going to give my my prediction for sure. It is at least for game 2. Hopefully they can come back in it, because I had asked Navoid before they start that bring out the Yasuo, and he DM'd me saying that, bro, I did it for you. So he has brought out the Yasuo. I don't doubt him whatsoever. We're heading straight in to game 2 of this best of 3 series between S8UL Esports and SUVO haters. S8UL on the blue side, SUVO haters on the red side, and as you can see, 4-man in the brush in the top side, while Lotus and the Cassiopeia are just walking in bot side over there. It seems that Lotus has taken Twitch support over here, Kaka.
Yeah, it does look like the Twitch support, and Cassio AP carry in the bot lane, running the exhaust as well. And we did expect the Xin to go towards the mid side of the map. He's running the TP with lethal tempo, but yeah, I think we were expecting something unexpected, and that's exactly what's happening again.
It is exactly as you're putting it out. Now the unexpected has happened. What we thought was going to happen, not happening. What you at least thought Nero going to mid side is exactly what he's gone with a lethal tempo, not the Halo Blades this time, not with the Ignite as well. So it's a bit about more kill pressure. He is maybe respecting a bit against Noya. I really like this matchup Navoid against Nero, because now we get to see two people on pretty much their favorite place, what they can do. Nero goes in onto Navoid, trades coming out. He is going for it, but the last Q from Navoid barely missing onto Nero. So Nero coming for the trades. The hook lands onto Catbot. Lotus going in onto one above all, but Catbot, you're going very low in this fight. But the kill picked up by the Draven, traded by Lotus, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 first blood going over to the side of SUVO haters, but immediately answered back by S8UL Esports.
Yeah, immediately answered back, as you said, as we look at another trade coming in. Nero pushing an Avoid out of the lane, it seems like, bullying him as things stand. Now looking at the jungle pathing, actually RD picked up the 2 camps for himself and now has decided to invade the blue side jungle of S8UL. So a very weird pathing actually. Is not gonna hit level 3. I'm not too sure about that actually, so we'll have to check. But Infi is level 3. He's gonna take his wolves. He's gonna find out that his blue was stolen, and let's see if he can find the Wukong there as well. And if he does, I think RD might be in a bit of a trouble. And there you go. The Wukong does get spotted now. Gets places the ward. Is going to run towards his chickens, but he is 2 cams behind essentially.
Yes, it is exactly like that. And now Nero going in onto the kill on Navoid. Navoid flashes away from his troubles over there, but yes, bot side hook missing from Lean, so not the standard bomb hooks that we're used to, but he's still doing his efforts that he can. Last time he guaranteed that 1 kill was straight, at least from their side. Lotus dishing out damage with the E. Now one above all triggering forward, moving forward, given knowing that the E from the Twitch is down. RTO struggling a bit against the Rumble top side, but still equal in terms of CS everywhere whatsoever, except for the mid lane, with Xinjiao's 25 CS of the Yasuo.
Yeah, and he's up for flash as well. As we see the gang coming in, Lean misses the hook once again. If he hooked Infi, I think that would have been a burn flash. Never mind, that's going to happen now anyway. And Catbot forced to use his flash as well right there. Infi is just going to recall, picked up the crab already. He's going to part towards the Raptors and see if he can pick up the top side Scuttle Crab as well. As we see another fight in the mid lane. Nero did go back and come back, and NA Void might be in trouble now. Connects his Cyclone, and that's going to be the solo kill for the side of Nero.
And yes, what we assume happens in the mid lane is where Nero gets his solo kill. That's what we're going for. Nero, Lotus cancelling out the recall of Lean, has to be a bit careful. The hook might be coming in, but now safely behind the minions. He doesn't have harm whatsoever. One above all will be looking to continue spinning the axe because he doesn't have mana to generate another one. Lotus keeping careful of it. Here comes the slow, and here comes the damage from Catbot. The E triggered by Lotus. He will not have any problems. He's probably going the AP route as well, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage in late game on this instance. But Nero, Thorfinn cements what is known as his dominance with Xinjiao in the mid lane with that solo kill over Navoid.
Yeah, and picks up the Berserker's Graves as well. Usually what the Yasuo or Yone like to build first, that's what's going to happen for him. And I don't think that's the end of solo kills that we're going to see in the mid lane, because Void still does not have his flash available for him. And at every opportunity, I think Nero is going to go in and get a huge trade for himself.
Exactly. He will always be going for the trade. He's just standing still right now, just thinking, what can he do? He's one level up on Tuna Void. You can see Twitch is coming back. Angel's Lotus is going to be sneaking himself into it. That's why you can see Nero just holding around. Navoid being cautious about it as well. After the Q3 goes, I think Lotus goes in, but no, he just go before it. Nero jumps in fairly deep. RD comes in from this side, hits him once with the staff, but other than that, both people are taking quite a bit of damage, especially on the side of SUVO haters. Drake has been up for around a minute's time. I hope some wards come in from the side of Lean over here, but no, instead he's going to flash in onto Catbot. The exhaust getting popped by Catbot onto one above all. The hook finally comes in. It's about the final kill, and hopefully one above all picks it up, and that's exactly what he gets with the duration stacks coming into use. Lotus trying to sneak up, but I don't think you can do much, especially if Xinjiao is that bit far away. But now Xinjiao is towards that side to pick up the Scuttle, and look at this replay over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I think that's a great pickup for the side of SVH, right? They're punishing the Casio for stepping up. And in return, Catbot is going to miss out on a huge wave, as you can already see. Actually, he might be able to get back in time for that, but not before Lotus is... not before they pick up Lotus as well. So that's now 2 more kills for the Draven, right there. 3-1-0 he goes on his champion. As Infi is deciding to play towards the top side of the map right now, stealing the enemy red buff. RTO helping him out, but Itachi 1-2-1-2 might be in trouble, as he had gone to check what was happening. Has to burn his flash to get out of that situation. And we did see, I think, another solo kill in the mid lane, as you can see, 2-0-0 onto Nero right now. The Yasuo, of course, 0-2-0. So I think there was one more kill that has happened. And we do see an assist to Infi's name. So I think he was that, in the mid lane, securing the kill for his mid lane now.
He does help Nero out over there. The stats to tell that. Lotus going top side. It's very easy. RTO flash forward, slams Rumble against the wall with his ultimate, picks up the kill for himself. But when Lotus gets spotted top side, they know that they can go for this Drake. Given RTO doesn't have TP, Nero maybe looking to get a bit crazy over here, but Infi, you're a bit maybe a little too late to this party. You don't have much vision. Nero's just going to go onto the Blitz instead. But there are quite a few members of SVH coming. The Hook missing out on Nero. Lotus comes back from this side. The Clone comes in from the Wukong. He's cycling and going away now. Channels with the Void with the ultimate, but Lotus flashes out of the fight. Infi still looking for more, still looking to go in the flash forward. The Q doesn't land onto RD. He can't get the reset for himself. The Hook lands on Cassiopeia, but she does channel her ultimate, catches out the Blitzcrank on the back line, but it looks completely in favor of Shuvaitis. Lotus sneaking away, barely getting away with his life. He just is about to recall in the push over there, and that was a very, very messy fight coming in for both teams.
Yeah, look at the ultimate from the Rumble, though completely whiffs, like it was not even close to landing as Nero goes in for a fight. I don't think he's going to win that one as the Draven is picking up the axes, and there you go. Was shut down onto the Zinja. 4-1 goes one above all as the Void Grubs have been started for the side of SVH as they are collecting all of these objectives for themselves.
And I'm want to say about what one of all's build pattern is. He's gone Phage and then Vampiric Scepter. So I don't know exactly what he's trying to aim for here, but all three grubs going to be secured by Shuvaitis as well as their first Drake. Shuvaitis doing fine. What is this TP? Nero, what are we doing over here? He gets pushed up, ulted up in the air. The Void just jumps onto him. Nero just doing Nero things at the end of the day.
Oh my god, I'm not too sure what the TP was all about there. I think we're just having too much fun right now, guys. I think that needs to stop. Nero was 2-0 up, now he goes 2-2. Just spawns TPs and dies again. Oh my god, that was a painful watch as Catbot is being chased by the Yasuo, who may have overstepped his boundaries right there, is going to go down. Both the mid laners are just playing a very crazy game right here, just not respecting the enemy team at all.
They are not expecting it at all, and it is an overextension after overextension, and Nero the TP, I don't know what he want to do. Infi might get caught out over here. Catbots come to help him. Infi also away, but a shutdown picked up by the Draven. He's gone 6-1-1. He can maybe even pick up another one at the back of it. A double kill for the ADC of SUVO haters, and one above all, 7 kills and 1 assist, 100% kill participation, and an Omega fed Draven over here. RTO is trying to jump in onto Rumble, the push against the wall. The damage is going to come in, probably going to have to lock it up with the Twitchy. It's going to be Lotus taking away the kill, but Itachi is going to miss quite a bit of CS, even especially since he's behind at this point.
Yeah, and one above all, standing true to his name right here, as you said, 100% kill participation, 7-1. I think this is the only kill that he won't be participating in there. Nero goes down once again on his beloved Zinchao as Catbot exhausts the Draven. Might be able to kill him, actually does not have the barrier, so yeah, that's going to work out. And Catbot gets the 1 versus 1 against one above all, who was 7-1.
He was 7-1, now 7-2. Catbot getting some healing plants on the side. Walks over here. Infi sneaked his way into the lane. They might catch it out onto Lean if Lean does overstep, but I don't think this Blitzcrank is going to go in any other direction. He's looking to get a pull down onto Catbot, but Catbot very smartly is behind his own minions. They're just, Infi's just waiting here for Draven to come back into it because they know one above all is so far ahead. They have to get maybe another kill on him just to slow him down. CS wise though, one above all, half the CS of Catbot right now.
I did not even see that.
This is a bit of a topsy-turvy match. Lotus invisibly just walking into this minion wave, chucks out the poison, but Infi still patiently waiting over here. I think that will just signal right now for the side of Shuvaitis that someone is in that bush.
They know, yeah. The support minion proc went to the Viego right there, so they were able to spot the Viego sitting in as the equalizer is going to come out. RTO, I don't think he should be in a lot of trouble here. Uses the Gnar to knock back the Wukong and is able to run away. Lotus takes a lot of damage right here. Towards the top side, the Zinja finds himself there as well. And as you said, I hadn't even seen the CS numbers, but those that is just so poor from the side of one above all. 35 CS 2H support has and 49 for the Draven right now. Yeah.
I don't understand how the Twitch even reached 35. He's just going everywhere, getting it for himself. But Dasher stood complete for him. 6 stacks in his Darksteel. Navoid's going to have all info that Nero's walking this side. Nero looking maybe to go instead. Leads coming from this way. Nero, you have to be a bit careful. The ultimate should be triggered, but not before the pull comes in. Navoid with his own ultimate. Infi gets exhausted. Catbird with a flash. Beautiful ultimate from the Cassiopeia. Gets 2 people turned to stone and turns around this fight completely in their favor. Already 2 members down for Shiv Raiders. The Blitzcrank being chased. One above all is here to prevent any members from going on. And TP coming in from Rumble. He doesn't have his ultimate. Lotus picks up the Blitzcrank. The flash forward by one above all. Twitch pretty much maybe looking to pick up the kill. But no, the Axes are doing their job. They're doing it enough. They pick up the kill for himself. Here, can RTO get the kill onto one above all? No, the flash kill gets prevented by the minion wave. And then unfortunately, one above all does get away with his life.
Yeah, that was so unlucky. But Nero, we have missed you, my man. He's finally showing up like he used to previously, and just not having the best game. But it doesn't matter. I think they're just having fun. S8UL still almost 3,000-4,000 gold ahead at this point, as Nero might end up going down once again. And Void does have the ultimate, so he's gonna flash away, uses the E onto the minions, but ends up dying anyway. To remind you, Nero was up 2-0 and now he's 2-5-1. So he's falling off a bit as Lotus is going to get caught. The wind wall will stop everything from the side of Catbot. Not able to dodge away the tornado, and that's going to be 2 very quick kills for the side of SVH.
2 very quick kills picked up from them. One of them was still trading over on this side, but I really liked how Navoid played that. Catbot does try to lock up one above all, but no, he gets out of it. He had just built that Quicksilver Sash. He uses it in this fight to cleanse himself out of it, and out of that stun and petrify of the of Catbot. Gets the kill onto him, and this Draven is still becoming pretty huge. 11-2-1. Navoid also picking up in terms of the kills. He's gone 3-4-4 after maybe the 0-2 start that he had, and very rightly pointed out by Ikaka. Nero, who has started 2-0 for himself, after that has just died 5 times successively. I think it all started from the TP into the top side of the map.
Yeah, that TP was surely a tilter. But let's look at the opposition side as well, right? Itachi 1-2-1-2, 0-3-1, not having his best game. RD as well, 0-2-4. So he is going to still disrupt a lot of these fights, but he won't be the overpowered Wukong that we have seen before. And Catbot as well, 3-6, as RD comes in. The flash knockup comes on to Lotus as he's about to go down. Towards the bot side, Catbot might end up going down. The exhaust comes and actually saves his life right there, as Void did not have his ultimate up in that exchange. But again, a kill picked up for the side of SVH, who are now actually ahead in terms of kills secured for their team.
And this has been a pretty bloody affair. 29 kills within 16 minutes. So these teams are going at it at a very fast and rapid rate. The most kills on the side of S8UL is actually in the hands of Lotus, who has pretty much been roaming day and night, going to places he needs to be, being there for his team. But yeah, Itachi's ultimate has to come crucial in these fights. The most damage is going to be coming out from Navoid and one above all when the fight goes out. The Mercurial Scepter completed by Draven right here. So he is pretty chunky. He's even bought a Tiamat for himself. So he's going on a usual Draven build. The Stride Breaker from Nero in the mid lane. Last time we had seen him, he had gone for Profane instead. But now maybe just altering it a bit and maybe not having the kill potential that he thinks he can have.
Yeah, and the game has slowed down a bit, but I would still keep my eyes on Black Infinity in this one. 3-1-4 right now, 250 gold shutdown bounty is going to make Titanic Hydra, I believe, next. So he's going to be a pretty tanky champion, and once Viego starts getting the resets, I mean, he's again a very strong champion. As Lean actually not looking to hook at all right now, keeping the pressure in. Lotus is here as well, so 4-man squad in the mid lane for S8UL. They are going to use the Herald to secure hopefully the mid turret, as Nero is flanking on from the side. And look at RTO, he's behind the squad. And oh my god, that's a 3-man Nard that comes in, and a Void is here as well. This fight is still quite even, but that's going to be a double kill for the side of Cassiopeia. A kill picked up for Nero as well, and Infi goes on a rampage. So all in all, a 4-for-1 for the side of S8UL. My god, what a flank from the side of RTO. Got exhausted, but still was able to pull off the 3-man Nar into the 3-man stun as well. A beautiful, beautiful flank coming in from him.
And this is the kind of play S8UL needed at this point. That flank, chef's kiss to RTO for that. He gets the people needed. He needs locked up over there. And Navoid was a bit too far from the fight. Couldn't actually do anything. By the time he comes, most of his team members are dead. And it's only Nero who ends up falling. Like you said, 4 members of SUVO haters end up falling in that fight. And now the kills have been equalized. The goal still well in favor of S8UL with that 5k goal lead that they have procured for themselves, but objective-wise, jungle objective-wise, it will have only managed to pick up the Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, which was used as well to get the mid turret as well, right, early on. And we are awaiting the dragon spawn. I think that's going to come in pretty soon as well, in around 30 seconds. And S8UL looks like they are quite ready to fight. Titanic Hydra was just picked up by Black Infinity, has the plated steel caps along with a long sword for himself. So he's looking very strong right now. Twitch as well has the Nashers. The Cassiopeia, who got a double kill, will have her Leandries completed very soon, as well as the Mercurial Scimitar actually was fully completed by one above all, and he has picked up the Tiamat as well. So I'm not too sure what he's going to make out of that component for himself. I don't think I've seen this build at all from any Raven in any of my games, as Infi uses the mist and he's just going to spot out all the champions essentially from the side of SVH towards the bot side of the map.
He's exactly doing that. RTO just chucks the Rumble aside against the wall. They're pretty equal in terms of trading, but over here, Artakan has spawned, so has the Drake, and this is all to fight for. Artakan getting started by the members of S8UL right now as SVH are walking up, maybe a bit too late. Flash forward by Catbot, catches 2 members, but ends up going down over here, and you can see that everybody else ends up falling. So what looked like S8UL maybe can do something. Lotus, the last man standing, has to flash away from the Q3 from the side of Navoid, but he gets the kill onto the Blitzcrank. It deters more members from walking in. Artakan ends up getting picked by SVH, but on the top side, that's going to be RTO getting a solo bolo for himself against Itachi. Lotus just being a pain, a thorn in the backside of RD, ends up killing him when he was trying to take away the Drake. So Lotus is doing so well on this Twitch role as the support for his team that he's causing mayhem wherever he goes. He stayed alive, he prevents the Drake from being taken, and I think he's doing a fine job as the Twitch support here.
Yeah, he's just being so annoying for the enemy team. But what was that engage by Akshaj? I'm not too sure what he was thinking. That flashes in, connects his ultimate onto like 1 and then ends up dying, as we can see the Draven running for his life towards the top side of the map, and Lotus just lurking around in the enemy jungle as the Hex Gate basically is going to get procced by the Draven, and he's out of trouble. The Blitzcrank might get into trouble here. One more, he should do the trick, and that's what's going to happen. Catbot able to secure that kill as the ultimate, uses his onto the Yasuo, but will not be able to get out here. The axes come out for the side of Draven as well. Infi looking and lurking, seeing if he can find something here. Goes in for the stun. Itachi, of course, does not have the flash. The reset comes in. The double man tornado comes in, but the Nar is there. RTO doing so well on that champion, and that's going to be a 4-for-0. Well, 4-for-1, and now make it a full ace for the side of S8UL as they pick up the top turret, the dragon, the ace, everything going on in their favor right now. And yeah, they are going to find themselves 7,000 gold ahead at 22 minutes.
And yeah, that was a bit messy in the sense. Lean trying to maybe force Nero to get away. The hook does land, but the minion wave is still there. Nero just pretty much just going to walk himself out. I think what one above all is building is the Dante's build that was going around a bit time back that Hamza had told him to make, but I'm not a big fan of the build personally myself, so I can't judge it because one above all is still making it work for him. He does have the damage in these team fights. Unfortunately, last time Catbot overextended trying to get the kill on to Lean, ends up paying with his life when the Blue Skank pulls him with his last breath pretty much over there. But yes, Drake wise, one Drake to the side of S8UL Esports. SUVO haters have 2 Drakes, 3 Grubs, Atakan are down a lot of gold, around 9k from themselves, but the XK is being used pretty nicely by the side of S8UL just to get into the jungle of Shoewaders. Infi will be picking up his blue buff, walking away. RTO being very crucial in these team fights with the way he's Nar ulting people, especially when the void and everyone just jumps in with their own ultimates. So I think big props to RTO on how he's playing these matchups. And I think Lotus is doing God's work right now with the way he's being annoying in these team fights.
Yeah, 100%. He's doing everything he can in his powers to, make whatever of the situation, the dragon fight as well. He was there to finish off these targets and still lurked around in corners, hiding and fishing for these kills. Just going over the items as well. Shadow Flame and Nashor's Tooth completed for the Twitch along with the Magi's 10 stack on that. 3 items for the Casio, 2 items for the Zinjao, 3 items, a very tanky Viego right there, Sundered Sky. Kraken Slayer and Titanic Hydra completed for him. So these guys are all looking very ready for the next team fight wherever that starts. The Baron is going to spawn in 5 seconds as well, should they turn on to that. And yeah, speaking of the top lane, RTO is having a really good game. Had a really massive flank early on with the 3-man stun. Then again with the 2-man Nar. So he is showing his prowess on the champion.
He definitely is, and I think we can definitely say that RTO can play this champion. It's definitely part of his pool right about now. Infi is looking for a pick. Lotus has come back. He's just going to run that on the wave just to pretty much clear it. Maybe thought he could maybe pick up a pick, but unfortunately no. One above all is walking pretty far ahead. Baron now being started by the side of S8UL Esports. You can see the Neros on the bot side. He has TP if he needs to come into this fight. Twitch invisibly will be giving the entire info to the side of S8UL, who is walking up to them. Now Shoewaders have what is an inkling. Here comes in RTO from the backside, but in comes Wukong. He instantly gets ulted by Catbot. The ultimate doing so wonderfully. The TP a bit too late from Navoid. RTO gonna hammer away onto the robot. Navoid left alone. And one above all, how much can this guy do in this fight? He can't even get the kill onto Catbot. Nero just never even came for it. He's like, I know you guys got this. I'm just gonna pretty much end the game by myself. I'll take up the inhibitor turrets. I'll have the wave pushed in for you. Just come and finish the job. Done for this game, for the series.
Yeah, that's going to be it. It looks like a very quick 2-0 for the side of S8UL, where both the games were a lot of fun to cast and watch actually. Yeah, that's going to be a very quick 2-0 for S8UL. Still standing tall, still at the top of the leaderboard. 4-0 now in terms of series score, not losing any game so far. And they were messing around in this one, but still they were able to pick up the victory for themselves. And we just look at this replay. Poor Wukong goes and gets ulted by the Casio, was not even able to do anything, and RTO was doing a lot of work in the backline, tanking the Draven, tanking the other members from the enemy team. So RTO had a really good game on this Nar as well. And yeah, congratulations to S8UL on winning one more series and getting ever so closer to that undefeated marker top of the table finish.
Like we said time and time again, going in to this best of three. Both teams were undefeated in this tournament, but unfortunately, only one team can come out with that same title, and it's going to be S8UL Esports. Unfortunately, SUVO haters face their first defeat, but they put up a strong match, especially in game one. I think they have to pat themselves on the back for putting up a very good performance for themselves. And it's just sometimes hard to play against a team unpredictable like S8UL Esports, because even we didn't anticipate the Twitch becoming the support at that point. Lotus doing a fantastic job. RTO pulling out the Gnar that we pretty much are seeing for the first time. Comes in with the flanks, comes in with the Mega Gnar ults, and completely changes how the game is looking. And this is just the strength of the top South Asian team that we have come to know and love. And there's a reason why they have been so dominant up till now, and I think will continue to do so as well.
Yeah, it's also shows the gulf between the two teams, right? S8UL and SVH. SVH were trying pretty hard and then were not able to close out. I mean, they didn't even pick up a turret, if I'm not wrong, in the second game. So that's just how it is. They were getting a lot of kills, but that was because S8UL were skill checking them quite a lot in these team fights, and especially with the champions that they drafted for themselves. One above all had a good performance on the Draven, but as you said, at 9-10 minutes only had like 40 CS. So that shows you what sort of a game we were in, a bloodbath from top to bottom, and somehow RTO remained deathless in this one. So that's fascinating as well. But yeah, S8UL 2-0 against SUVO haters. SUVO haters were the only undefeated team except for S8UL. Now they have lost as well. So we now only have one team that has not lost any games so far. And I'm not too sure who can challenge S8UL.
And I think with that, S8UL are going to lock themselves as the top of the leaderboard. They've gone 4 series without losing whatsoever. So they're going to have that total 12 points for themselves, not even dropping a single game, mind you, especially against titans like Cacao Gaming, like Revenants. And that just shows you that they are here to stay, here to play in this matchup, because they even brought out some interesting drafts. Game 1, Game 2 both had interesting drafts, both pulled off pretty nicely from them and dominating. So Juventus have to maybe think about the future going forward, because this is pretty much the toughest team that they will face, and they did put up a good fight early on. One above all, Draven, interesting, especially with the build, with the Dante's build does come to mind, that maybe something has to be worked out there. But otherwise than that, pretty good performance, pretty good matches throughout the entire day, right? Both BO3 is pretty entertaining to watch, and I think that's just the league just growing as a game in South Asia. We have good teams coming up. 2 pretty unknown faces before this tournament started, RPG as well as SUVO haters, performing pretty decently as well. So that is something that you see, that the new up and coming young guns are there, and these kind of tournaments give them the opportunities to showcase their talents.
Yeah, 100%. And there's still a lot of games to be played, right? This was only the third series that SVH has played. So they're going to have a lot more games to show their skills and hopefully perform better as well. But there's no shame in losing to the best team in the region. No one has been able to take down S8UL. At least SVH put up a good fight, and they went toe-to-toe at least in the team fights and everything. So yeah, massive props to them as well in for showing up and performing like they did. Unfortunately, they do take this L0-2, and I think that was the expected scoreline, regardless of what S8UL had drafted or what kind of form SVH was in. I think this was always going to be a 2-0 for the side of S8UL.
Yeah, and we got the Nero debut of the support role. We got the cat bot Lulu mid. We got a lot of exciting things in here. I was happy to see Navoid's Yasuo did pretty well. He did go 0-2 down to Nero early on, but later on caught up quite a bit for him. So pretty pleased with that performance from that guy, at least from himself. And Navoid is one of the talking points of SVH, right? Because he's a top lane beast. He did pretty well in his matchup in the Syndicates one as well. So you have to think about how he's beating top laners like Zuko. So that just shows you the caliber this player is at, and the way his potential can reach at one point. Also, guys, without you missing out, please make sure to follow our social media. The link is in the description box below. Please follow the LOL INSA Discord. We're going to have a fun event coming up, weekend skirmish. Registration is open till the 24th. It's basically what we call bidding wars in ARAM, so you guys don't want to miss out on that. But at the end of the day, we've had two BO3s. Both games are going 2-0, Revenants 2-0 RPG, S8UL 2-0 SUVO haters. So what we thought the outcome of today would look like is exactly what it looked like at the end, but we still had some surprising, fights and skirmishes happening in the rift.
Yeah, expected scoreline from both the teams. I think we will be awaiting the better matches to come. RPG lost 2-1 yesterday, lost 0-2 again today. So I think they are going to be lurking around the bottom of the table. That will be coming up pretty soon. We will be able to see what the league table looks like. There have been like a lot more matches played, and I think it will truly take shape once the next weekend's matches end. Right, we will have a clear picture of who's going to finish in the top 2 or 3 when Kakao plays a few more games, when Revenant plays a few more games, and PNX as well. So the table is taking shape. At least we have one solid team, and I don't think S8UL is going to finish lower than first. I think that's pretty much sealed. So the other teams are fighting at second, third, and fourth spot. Somewhere between, I think Kakao will be there, and as we mentioned, Revenants will be there as well. As we look at the scorecard of the previous game, and as we said, Void Grubs picked up by SVH, Atakan as well was picked up on the back of a solid team fight. But except for that, I think it's a whitewash when it comes to the other objectives: Rift Herald, Baron, Dragon, turrets as well, 10-0, and that is what I was saying. Like for all the kills and the teamfight victories SVH had, they didn't have too much to show for it in terms of turrets. Goal lead, you can see almost 16,000 goal at the end of the game. KDA very close, 30-21, 53-21, 30-36. So that was, as we said, a bloodbath. 51 kills in totality in less than 27 minutes.
Yeah, also no towers taken. Atakan at least taken by SUVO haters, but that Drake fight after was a bit problem. But I think the man of the hour has to be Lotus. S8UL Lotus on Twitch. He was support this game, but he has stats pretty much of a KDA of an ADC, except maybe the death part. But 9, 4, and 14, 1,032 damage per minute as a support is phenomenal. He did very well in this match. He was the MVP game 1, he's MVP game 2. So this is the man that S8UL was missing past previous 2 series when they were against Kakao Gaming, when they were against Phoenix Ascension, and they still came out on top. So imagine when this team is in full power, how it looks. I think everyone can just switch around in this team. They're so flexible in their roles that there is no gaps left behind. But talking about the head-to-head, it's going to be between both the ADCs over here, Lotus and One Above All from SUVO haters. 25, 9, 22 for the side of Lotus. 17 kills and 10 deaths and 7 assists for One Above All. 74,000 damage to the 48,000 damage. 26k gold to the 23k gold. I think most of the kills of One Above All did come in that second game on that Draven when he was getting hyper accelerated. But unfortunately, they could not, turn that into anything. Whereas Lotus, when he got the kills as Vayne in game 1, kept on kiting around, kept on doing his things that he needed to do, and that's what ended up helping them win the game.
Yeah, the stats were misleading. Taking in account that Lotus was playing support in one of these games, so he didn't get to see us as much. And the damage as well shows. As well as we look at the league table, S8UL Esports sitting pretty at the top of the table, 4 wins, no losses, 12 points for them. Revenants, only loss coming to S8UL Esports right there, 3 wins and 1 loss for them, 9 points coming out for them. And SUVO haters, who just played, unfortunately lost to the best team pretty much in the region. So 2 wins for them, 1 loss and 6 points. And these are our top 4. Kakao still has not played enough games, only the 2 games for them, so they will be looking to climb up the ladder as well. And we see the bottom of the table, Syndicate, Jetfires, Dojo and RPG, even Poro Patrol not picking up any sort of maps for themselves, 2, 3, 1 and 2 losses respectively for them. And this is how the table looks right now. Unfortunately, one of the top 5 teams will be getting out of the playoff spot, and that is going to be heartbreaking for them since they are all performing really well right now.
Exactly, and it's going to be hard to break into that top 4 place, especially if you've lost or near the 0 or 1 point margin right now for your certain teams. I think Jetfire Dojo didn't get to play this weekend, so they have a couple of games lined up for next weekend, but that's a little bit about all she wrote, at least for week 2, day 3 over here. We have got, like you said, the leaderboard is shaping up quite well, but I also completely agree with you. Until end of week 3, I don't think we're going to get definite leaders in this leaderboard here, and that is something that these guys have to keep in consideration. They have to keep on moving forward. Each game counts. Each game leads to points, and points leads to locking in greater prize pool money if you hit that top 4 mark, and that's what these two teams have to vie out for, and hopefully what these guys can do in the future. But guys, that's it for me, Madness, alongside Kaka. It's us enough League of Legends action for this weekend. We will be back next weekend, so make sure to tune in then.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.